Let's go ahead and start streaming. Okay, for all the VOD watchers in right now, we are watching the Hong Kong Grand Asia Open that happened over the past weekend and doing some English commentary on it. Oops, I did not mean to open that tab. And I will leave a marker in the pinned comment of when we start casting the matches. I plan to cast every single match in this tournament that happened over the weekend if you have not seen it. So, yeah, that's all pretty much what I got. That's all pretty much what I got. I hope everybody's having a good day. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Hello, hello, hello. If you're coming in, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, make sure to give me a quick hello so I can say hi to you, because I like saying hi to all of you. I'm going to be posting on Twitter and Discord real quick before we get started, and waiting as everybody else comes in. Yo, what up, Alex? How are you today? What's good? What's good? Hope you're doing well. Did you know that Hong Kong held their Grand Asia Open event this past weekend? Let's do the eyes emoji. Watching it now to check in on the meta and some commentary practice. And then finger pointing down. I need to attach the image. I got in like literally 10 minutes ago to the office chat, so I'm a little bit behind. I didn't have any of this ready. My apologies. Where's the YouTube link? Yo, what up, Playboy? Hi, Koro. What's good? Also, Red, what's good? There's an event. It was over the weekend. So, Chad, this was the Grand Asia Open in Hong Kong that they held over the weekend. I was doing other things, content related, like the Unbanned tournament, so I did not really tune into this. I did not really tune into this. Oh, no, they locked me out of Discord on the computer. So I didn't get to watch it or like create commentary on it because for some reason, I thought that Hero was doing it in terms of like English commentary, but that was the weekend before he was doing it. So there was no English commentary for this. So I was like, you know what? On this fine Wednesday, I'm going to do this. And then sorry for everybody in the Discord that's getting a double ping today. So let's do that. I'm almost ready, chat. Let's see. The Vegas content creator section. Boom. There we go. And that should be good for us. Oh, yeah, I got to post on Twitter as well. Or I got to hit send. All right. So get back to that so we could see. What's my Discord? So if you want to join our Discord server, we have it in the link in the description below. Link in the description below on YouTube. But if you're on Twitch, you can do !Discord, and it should give you a link for that. Yo, Coolity man, that's awesome. Good luck in your Grand Asia finals this next weekend. No, this is the VOD, Rolf. If for anybody that does want to watch the VOD for this championship, maybe just watch it, not listen to me yap or anything like that. I do have the link to the live stream in the pinned messages on both Twitch and YouTube. So all you got to do is just hit that, and it'll take you to the official live stream. And I believe it's also in the description, I think. Now I'm doubting myself. I need to check and see if it's in the description. Because I always try to give you guys I put the official link in the description. There we go. All right. But yeah, a lot of people, especially outside like the Japan events, a lot of people don't know that there are these other major championships that are going on in like in Thailand, in Hong Kong, you know, all these different Asian countries that are not Japan. So I wanted to do a live stream of these today to not only let you guys know that, hey, this event happened over the weekend, but showcasing these. Because a couple of people have said, you know, in the, I had like a few people in the, like when we streamed the local tournaments on Tuesdays and Thursday nights, said that they wished more people would cover the like Asian championships that are outside of Japan. Yo, what's going on, Tabish? How are you? But yeah, chat, we're going to be watching all of the rounds that they've got in today. I'm going to try to go backwards. Okay, so this was like the first moment that they had. So it looks like it's going to be Black Purple Luffy versus Blue Purple Luffy. There were some Black Purple Luffys in this event, chat, I noticed. There was a good amount of them in the event. We'll have a couple Black Purple Luffy games today. We'll have a couple of them. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I'm forgetting something, chat. Oh, you know what I should do? Oh, I don't have my laptop on me. I was going to say I should get the Eggman. Oh, man, I don't want to click out of tabs. I was going to say I should get the Eggman deck builder up to be able to like look up cards very quickly. In case there's one that I don't know or need like 100% clarification on. Maybe I'll just maybe I'll pull it up on my phone. Eggmanevents.com. To the deck builder, One Piece. All right. So it's ready in case I need to type a name. But chat, hope everybody's enjoying yourself. Thank you so much for coming in. I'll start commentating here in a second, and we'll start watching these games in a second. And if you're enjoying the content, maybe this is your first time here, go ahead, hit the follow or like button, depending on what platform you are. But so we've got Blue Purple Luffy and Black Purple Luffy in this first matchup. I want to see the some of the statistics from OPTCG stats to see if that matchup is on their latest chart. It is. Looks like it is slightly favored Black Purple Luffy. Black Purple Luffy, at least on OP ranked in OP11, is 49% win rate for Blue Purple Luffy in this matchup. So it looks like, yeah, Cardi Kaizoku's website is also really good. I use that a lot. I've used it for some videos. It looks like that this matchup is favored Black Purple Luffy, at least in OP11, and I don't really imagine too much changes in OP12 in terms of the matchup data. So let's get into this. It looks like Black Purple Luffy going first in this one, and Blue Purple Luffy going second. So looks like he just passes off the turn to the Blue Purple Luffy, and the Blue Purple Luffy now going third. We'll see what they've got in the hand, maybe a Zoro or something, as the Black Purple Luffy takes the first life, and exactly what it is, Zoro. I highly recommend, if you're playing Blue Purple Luffy, maybe pick up some Zoro. If you have not and you don't own them, they're pretty easy to get, I think, especially at a base level, but definitely on the alternate arts, they look pretty good. So the Black Purple Luffy on the even curve is going to go ahead and play that Frankie. They're going to trash that negate counter event from Blackbeard to be able to use leader effect and get that active Dawn back and be able to swing 6. It is not the perfect body, I would say, on the 4 Dawn turn, right? You rather play the Zoro Juro or the Robin to be able to actually ramp, whereas Frankie just kind of gives you card draw and filter effects, but still not too bad in my opinion. Still not too bad. Is going to have to force a God Thread if he's got one. And especially on a 5 Dawn turn, we could see a God Thread take out this Frankie in a free swing. But with the Zoro Juro swing, right, swinging 5 is just going to counter out of 1, not block with the Frankie at this point. And a God Thread comes in, takes out that Frankie. I would have maybe liked to see a block on either the Zoro Juro, right? Just simply because if they do have a God Thread, then you would be able to have that potential to like at least not necessarily give up as much counter in your hand as you're maybe doing for this play, right? Especially because this Luffy could go ahead and swing 7 right now, and you'd have to give up 2k, 1k while giving up a 1k earlier on the Zoro Juro swing. So it is going to give a 2k, 1k on that. Ooh, very interesting. Yo, what's up, Miko? What's up, Denny? How you doing? Black Purple Luffy going out to 6. I wonder if he got the Robin on the draw from the Frankie. I was going to say, because not too many reasons why I would rather play the Robin instead of the Frankie on that. So it looks like, honestly, in my opinion, Blue Purple Luffy a little bit ahead, especially with that Zoro Juro if that Zoro Juro somehow lives. Is going to get the Trafalgar Law, right? Because that, when you're at CU5 Pirates event, does find Heart Pirates, Kid Pirates, or Straw Hat Crew type cards, and is going to go ahead and do the Trafalgar Law search. Just keep filtering. We'll see what he finds off of this. Maybe like a Zoro Juro? No, he's going to find the Drink Luffy. That's starter deck 6 cost Luffy. Probably going to be playing it on the next turn. Not going to be something that you play on this turn. So is going to go ahead, attach 3, swing 8. Oh my gosh, what are they doing with the zoom? And is going to take this life, not swinging at the Zoro Juro. Really? Not swinging at the Zoro Juro. Especially because, like, the ramp potential, right? I mean, if you just go ahead and swing, you have 10 Dawn in total. I think he's at 9 Dawn right now. Did not get to use the leader effect because he was at 7, but I wonder why not swinging at the Zoro Juro. But is going to go ahead, do that Zoro Juro, get another swing ping, and can play a Sanji on this play, right? Especially with 9 active Dawn. Could go ahead, maybe do like a blind Sanji, could just do a Lin play, right, to heal a life, but instead is probably going to go 8 cost Katakuri after swinging 7 on this. 8 cost Katakuri would still be like a pretty good card to salvage, and playing Gum Gum Giant. Oh my goodness. Playing Gum Gum Giant already, trashing the OP12 Nico Robin. That's a card that I love to see in this deck. So it is going to go ahead and pass off the turn. The Black Purple Luffy at 6 Dawn. Yeah, definitely some Pringled cards, as you're saying, Owen and David. That's what happens. Like the regular holofoils, like when they're not like sleeved or anything like that, naturally just kind of do that warping, especially if you live in kind of a humid environment. But the Zoro Juro being a little Pringled, that's just riffle shuffling, man. Those cards are just Pringled from riffle shuffling, to be honest. But after playing the Beer, Luffy is going to go ahead and swing 8,000 power, right? That Luffy on play when attacking is going to give plus 2,000 power to the leader. Definitely a great card that you want to play on this turn, and is just going to go ahead, block, and 1k. And now passing off the turn, utilizing the leader effect on the Blue Purple Luffy. Yeah, definitely I think advantage right now is the Blue Purple Luffy. You really like that you established the 6 cost Luffy, but after grabbing this Sanji right here, can play the Sanji on the turn. Might be a little tough. You are going to have to commit a Dawn to the Blue Purple Luffy in order to swing at leader. So I think your ideal play right now is Sanji Lin, right? Because Lin will get rid of the will get rid of the drink Luffy and kind of just help establish the board a bit. Can the Luffy actually... He doesn't gain cost, right? Yeah, he doesn't gain cost, so he is viable to be removed from this after that. Katakuri goes in and swings at leader. Is going to go ahead, put that in the bottom life. Definitely an ideal start. Oh, no, the +1. I forgot about the +1. So I actually can't put anything in life, but you still established a 9-9. I forgot the +1 on the black-purple Luffy leader. Yeah, Gil, it's 7 cost. Yeah. Both me and the black-purple Luffy player at first forgot. So, definitely really nice. Definitely really nice for this black-purple Luffy not seeing like a Red Rock or something. I guess Red Rock is really the only thing that blue-purple Luffy can do to get rid of that card. And so is going to go ahead and play that Rush Luffy from EBO2. Again, a 6 cost. So with that +1 on the leader is not going to be able to do the thingamadoodah, the Linlin. So swinging off this 7,000 power at lead to start and using that when attacking is going to make the leader 7,000. It's just going to go with a safe block for now. Not try to give anything up. So thinking about the other swings. Yo, what up, Fruit Flies, Fumbles? Fumbles, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, by the way. Now the black-purple Luffy is going to swing 8,000 power with 2 Dawn up. It's just going to take this life, I think. Maybe thinking about not taking the life. I wonder if there's ever any reason to, like, for the black-purple Luffy to swing 8 with this Rush Luffy and then leave 1 open for like Gum Gum Giant. But no, just swing 7 instead. It's just going to 2k out of it, not using the when attacking effect on that Rush Luffy. And now the Luffy coming in leaves 2 Dawn up. That 2 Dawn could be a number of things, right? Could be more Gum Gum Giants. Could be any sort of counter. Could also be that Blackbeard negate event. I can't remember what it's called. Let's see. Type. Blackbeard. What's that event called? Black Vortex. So he's going to go ahead, find a giant on that. Looks like only has 5 cards in hand, I think, after that draw. The Zoro Juro, I think you only swing with the Zoro Juro at this point if you do like a Dawn minus, like another Linlin play, right? But even then, actually, you have to play over the Zoro Juro. Unless you hard play a Linlin and you don't do the 9-cost Sanji into Linlin play. Oh, yeah, it could be Hell's Judgment. You're right. It could be that. I have seen that in some lists, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, so Black Vortex, we saw it filtered at the beginning of the game. It's the Blackbeard event that minuses 4,000 power on a leader or character and negates the effect on the card. And there it is. Black Vortex is going to minus that Sanji 4,000 power. So is a great way, especially as you're a 7K leader in this matchup specifically, to be able to get out of an attack. Black Vortex, definitely a card that's put in for the green Zoro matchup, right? If you can negate the effect on a leader for a turn, right, on a counter event, that means that Zoro would not be able to restand after attacking a character on the field. So honestly, a pretty interesting card, in my opinion. So swings 9 at the Luffy, the Rush Luffy, and gets that knockout. Swings another 9 at this Luffy, and no counter in hand to be able to save those. Did utilize the Black Vortex, but loses the entire field. Definitely advantage now on the blue-purple Luffy as they play this blocker Nami. Just a really good way to round out the turn and still has that 1 Dawn for the Gum Gum Giant that we know that they have in hand passing off the turn. Katakuri and Linlin restanding because of the Katakuri end of turn effect. 8-cost Katakuri is such a good card, chat. Especially on the offense, like being able to swing 8,000 power and then restand the blocker at the end of turn. So good. There's a lot of PRB Dawn in this black purple Luffy deck. Yo, this tourney was this past weekend, Hero. This tourney was this past weekend. That's why I wanted to watch it, because I didn't cover it. This is round 1. This is the first match. And is going to play that Robin. This Robin in OP12, I do need to refresh myself on what this Robin does. Because I know this is an OP12 card, a brand new card. You trash a card from your hand if your opponent has 5 or more in their hand. They have to trash 2 cards. Definitely very strong. And because the leader is Luffy, this is a 7,000 power 8-cost blocker. 9 cost if they attach it. Dawn to this black purple Luffy. So it's just going to attach 3 of them and swing 8,000 power at lead, I would assume. It looks like at the Sanji, but it's probably at lead. So counters and 2Ks. Yeah, really good card, especially in this deck. I really like the Robin in this deck. So is going to find the Red Rock, probably going to bottom deck the blocker and spell bad news for this Luffy. Does not have a protection effect on it in terms of Red Rock, right? So Red Rock, if you're going to go ahead and swing out for game, which I think, well, actually could this, I mean, I think you could swing out for game with this blue purple Luffy. I don't know how good of a chance you have it because you only have 3 8,000 power plus bodies on the field when you have to hit 3 times with 1 Dawn up being presumably a Gum Gum Giant. But I don't think you're afraid of losing if you play Red Rock and you try to go for game, right? Like I don't think you're afraid of losing next turn if you just go Red Rock and distribute the Dawn elsewhere, maybe leave 1 up for Gum Gum Giant. Because even if they play like a 10, even if they play a 10-drop Luffy, right? 10-drop Nika for the black purple Luffy, I still think you're fine. Might be a little scary, but I think you're still fine. So is going to Red Rock that Robin. Didn't do it before doing the leader swing. So now swings 5 with the Zoro Juro because that Luffy is 5,000 power. Takes the first one. Linlin the second one. Sanji for the next swing and clears the game. 3 cards in hand. All 3 of them, I think, are bricks. The Beer Luffy that we put in life, a Rush Luffy, and a Zoro Juro. So a little bit unfortunate, I think, kind of a not ideal start for the black-purple Luffy, right? Playing the Frankie on 4 instead of a ramp card like Robin or the Zoro Juro. Or just the Zoro. I don't think his name is Zoro Juro. I think his name is just Zoro. So definitely stinks, especially, you know, we love seeing black-purple Luffy. But, chat, I do know that there are black-purple Luffy games later in this tournament. I don't think it's that player, but there are black-purple Luffy games later in the tournament that we'll cover. And chat, if you're coming in, we are watching the Grand Asia Open from Hong Kong that happened over the weekend. There was no English broadcast for this tournament, so I wanted to spend today doing the English broadcast. And if you want to watch the official Hong Kong broadcast, I do have it both in the description on YouTube, but also in the pinned messages on both Twitch and YouTube, right? Support the official people that made this tournament because this was really, really cool that they put this on. And we're going to be going over every round, and the VOD will be public if you have to leave at any point or whatever. You missed a round. That was the first round. If you want to watch the other rounds, you will be able to watch that on the VOD. Let's see. Let's go to round 2. Let's go to round 2, chat. See what this matchup is. Ooh, looks like going to be Red Zoro. So green, purple Luffy, red Zoro winning the going first, or at least is going first in this game. I don't know if they won the coin flip, rock, paper, scissors, whatever. Is going to start off with a Nami with a Tony Chopper from OP08, that 3-drop that helps Swarm. So honestly, pretty good start. I would say OP12 has been a great format for, or actually has not been a great format for the Swarms since the release of the green Zoro. The green purple Luffy is going to go ahead when you're at sea, you fight pirates. One thing that I do need to remember with this chat is that when you're at sea, you fight pirates is a Wano, Land of Wano event. For anyone who does not know, I thought the other day that it was Straw Hat Crew, but it's actually Land of Wano. So grabs a 2K and just plays another one, just doing a ton of searching. Which Nami, Iqbal, do you think? Are you talking about OP03 Nami or OP11 Nami? Because there's two different Nami leaders. So now on the Zoro turn, just going to be playing that Chopper on curve, going to be trying to find a card. You want to play this Chopper first in case of this Chopper from EB02, right? Because this EB02 Chopper does give a rested Dawn to leader or a character. So great to put it on this Zoro right now. Give 1,000 power to that Chopper that's rested, even though it doesn't really matter on the defensive side, but gets to swing 6 instead of 5. OP11 Nami, I think OP11 Nami is much better when the Odin comes out in starter deck 22 with the Whitebeard Pirates starter deck that we get in like October or something. I think it's like September, October that deck comes out in the West. But I think, honestly, Nami is one of the decks that will benefit from the ban list because I don't think anything from it's going to get hit on the ban list. So this green purple Luffy swings 6 at that Chopper. You really want to control the board, right? If you're the green purple Luffy, especially with Zoro, all gas, no brakes, it seems, and swarming the board with so many different little attackers, you want to be able to get rid of them, right? Because eventually they'll run out of gas. So with 5 Dawn, I think they have a shut up and come with us event in hand. So it might be nice to leave one open at the end of turn. Is going to go off playing a 1 for the Makino and is actually going to power up this Nami. Nami now swinging 6,000 power after the Makino and Zoro boost. Oh, you're playing the green purple Luffy, K-Fung. That's awesome. Hopefully you had a great run. I actually don't know what happens in this game. Do you think this matchup is difficult? Well, how do you feel about this matchup, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Since you're here, I'm going to put you on the spot. Now with this swing with the Chopper is going to do some swarming. Looking at the top 5, does find a EBO1 blocker Chopper, right? A nice little blocker that you've got onto the field that maybe will minus some of the green purple Luffy characters later in the game if it sticks. So it is going to be taking the swing, going down to 2. Might swing more than 6,000 power on leader right here. We've got like 3 Dawn left. No, this is not live. This is not live. Yo, what up, Chippy? What up, Sad Snake? As a Zoro main, you're locked in. No, this is a VOD chat. If you want to watch the Grand Asia Open, the official live stream for the Grand Asia Open, great production, great casting, right? But it's not in English. It is in the pinned messages on both YouTube and Twitch here on the stream. You can click that link and it'll take you there. We're watching the VOD. This happened over the weekend. Very tough matchup. I figured it was a tough matchup, right? Because like one of the reasons in OP11 that Zoro, Betty were like so popular is because like Swarm was really, really good. And especially in this matchup. So that's what I figured. Ooh, it swings 8,000 power at lead. This is a pretty good swing, I feel like, especially if you've got the 1-cost shut up and come with us event in hand. I feel like this is a pretty good swing. Because you really want to pressure the hand right now, I think. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Sad Snake. No Sanji Pudding, no Zoro. No! Yeah, I feel like 4-cost Zoro is really good in this matchup. Oh, there's Sanji Pudding, though. So is going to go ahead, use leader effect to get one back. The good play right here would be that 4-cost EBO2 Zoro, I think, off of this. Or no, maybe you want to leave one up for like Gum Gum Giant. Right? Ooh, is going to rest 3 for this event, KOing 2 rested bodies on the field. I actually have seen that event once or twice. I think I have it in my green purple Luffy deck right now. A one of. I like that event. I can't remember what it's called, but it's an event chat that KOs 2 rested bodies. And so swings at that Nami, completely clears board. Definitely a nice play, I think, right there. Leaves 1 up, presumably for the whatchamacallit, Gum Gum Giant. Yeah, 4 cost or less. Yeah. Good call out on that, Denny. I forgot to mention that. Has 8 cards in hand, I think. The one thing with the One Dawn open chat, we did not see a Shut Up and Come With Us used. So as green purple Luffy, you probably like to see that. Right? Because he left One Dawn up, I believe. Yeah, Red Zoro's a really nice deck. Especially for people who are getting into the game for the first time. I usually recommend Zoro. And so with the Chopper, the Alabaster Chopper from OP04 going into the EBO2 Chopper is going to give a Rested Dawn onto the leader and fill the board up with bodies. So is trying to think about with 4 Dawn left at this point, what he wants to do distributing the different 4 Dawn. Yassine Star, it's hard to say, right? Because I'm not sure if they'll hit the leader or a card as part of Blue Purple Luffy, but presumably they will do something to hit inside Blue Purple Luffy. Attaches all the Dawn and just swings 10 at lead, just trying to get this green purple Luffy down to 0. Trying to do some poke, although this is a big poke, I would say. I don't know. I really like EBO2 Chopper in the list. It basically makes your leader effect free. You know? Especially when you find it on like the Swarm 3-cost Chopper. I really like EBO2 Chopper. You probably don't play like a full 4 copies, but it's a really cool card to have, I think. That works well with your leader effect. I'm sure there's some lists that play it and some that don't. And I'm sure there's reasons for both. But goes ahead, plays the Luffy Taro coming down. Luffy Taro going to be Zoro Juro looking at that top 5. You want to have another Sanji Pudding ideally off this Luffy Taro, I think. But is not going to complain too much about Zoro Juro. You think the more 2Ks, the better? What 2Ks are super playable in the deck? You have Makino as some 2Ks. You have Hiking Bear. It's pretty playable. You might have the super duck build squad. Ooh, finds the Robin. Could honestly, with leader effect, play the Robin blocker and have 1 Dawn open, right? Because you get to restand 2 and also bring 1 back with the Sanji Pudding. Might honestly do a play like that. Leave 1 open for the Gum Gum Giant, but also put the Robin down. Blue Purple Luffy's leader effect is insane. It is crazy to manipulate the top 5 and basically have a draw 2 every turn. And so he's going to go ahead play Dead Man's Game. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that rests them. Yeah. Dead Man's Game just rests 2 bodies. So is going to go with controlling the board now, swinging the Frankie, re-ramping a Dawn. The upside to this play is you have a really good opportunity to clear these two bodies on the field with your 3 swings that you have left. But the downside is you don't have any Dawn up for like a Gum Gum Giant. Did he counter out of the first one? Did he counter out of this Frankie swing? I don't think he's countered out yet. Yeah, it's definitely a risky play, right? Especially if they have rush characters with the 3-card hand, but their hand is dwindling at this point. So ends up clearing those 2 bodies. Do you swing with the Sanji Pudding? Yeah, I think you got to swing with the Sanji Pudding. Like, you don't want to give them more cards in hand and more opportunities to be able to play like Kid Killer or 3 Rush Zoro, but I think you kind of have to keep up pace, like putting them at 4 life. So 9 Dawn, I think, at this point. Yo, what up, Mokai? No, this is not with PRBO2, Joao. That would be like this upcoming weekend. One Piece Day, which we will broadcast here on the channel, the One Piece Day Japan Championship will be PRBO2 legal. And also, chat, later this week, we're going to have a PRBO2 video on YouTube. I'm going to be showing you guys deck lists with the new PRBO2 cards. And so goes in with a chopper play. Goes to find an Alabasta chopper. We'll see if he has anything to play off this Alabasta chopper. Looks like he does not. Definitely like to see that if you're the green purple Luffy. I saw another Alabasta chopper in the hand. No, One Piece Day is next weekend. Not this upcoming weekend, but next weekend, I'm pretty sure. You'd rather take the life? Yeah, I think especially like when the Zoro was still sitting at 5 life, I think at that point, like, you have to take the life. Or you have to like swing at life. You can't afford to stall that much longer. BY Luffy is back, baby. I've seen some lists with the BY Luffy. I think it's very interesting. Yeah, I don't think he has rush in hand, though. I don't think the Zoro has rush in hand because he's just swinging at life right now. Just getting him to take this last life. Yeah, if he had rush, he might be holding on to the rush. I can't tell from this hand. He might be holding on to rush and just trying to get him to 0 as fast as possible. But I don't think he had rush. He might be trying to just find it off this life, right? Because presumably the green purple Luffy is going to be swinging at life. If you have the 6 cost, do you play the 6 cost Luffy if you have it here and just like try to go for game? I see a 2 drop Tony Chopper blocker. The old Foxy Pirates guy. Yo, what's up, Owen? Oh, is it? I might have the dates wrong. Chat, on like One Piece Day. I thought there was something happening on the 8th and the 9th. Can someone confirm or deny that for me? Yo, congrats, Cowboy Katakuri. That's awesome. So plays the Zoro Juro to start. May just be trying to find counter in hand. It's really a Jerma card. Yeah. I played in my Reiju deck. I love it. It's a good card. It's a good card, especially with the Porsche. So is going to go ahead, use leader effect, restand a Dawn. You have 8 Dawn now, I believe. 8 active Dawn, 6k leader. Especially if you don't have the EBO2 Zoro, how do you clear this chopper? I don't think you can, right? How's BY versus Blue Purple Luffy? Probably bad. Probably bad. If you watched our unbanned tournament the other day, chat, you would see that the Blue Purple Luffy versus BY Luffy game lasted about 5 minutes. And so swinging in, counters out of the first one and gets the KO on the second one, countering out of that swing as well. Now goes in, takes the life, takes this life. Can't swing with the Zoro, still has a ton of Dawn left. We know that they have the Robin and the Chopper blockers. So they're probably playing those two down, right? Chopper blocker, re-ramps the Dawn, gets you to 10. Rest 3 for the Robin. Playing over the Zoro that's rested. Get the Robin out. And you leave the rest of the Dawn open, 3 open for Gum Gum Giants and stuff. So this way, because you have the blockers, even if they Gum Gum Mole Pistol, right? You're still, I mean, Gum Gum Mole Pistol would suck, but you're still decent at this point. I do have it set to 1080p of Okadi. Oh, what regional are you playing in, Joao? I'm playing in the Treasure Cup on Friday. But that's it for me this weekend. Oh, you don't have any of those event pack choppers? Diable Jambe 14K face would be so fire. It would actually. It would be really good. Could he get out of it though? It depends on what's in his hand. He's a 6K leader. If you have Diable Jambe, you're probably playing it, right? Because you can't swing with the Chopper to block and let him do the Robin search effect, right? To grab more counter. And so ends up playing Rush Luffy. So is going to play that starter deck 21. Rush Luffy is looking with this swing to get one onto leader. You block and use the Robin effect. You look at that top 3. You try to find like Gum Gum Giant or something. Oh, Sanji Pudding. That's not what you want to see. Time for Roger. Ooh, yeah, Roger would be pretty good here, actually. If you had 10 cost Roger. I don't think most of them play it, though. What's up, Sprinterd? Ariad, I am going to play Rosinante. And so swings 6 now with this Tony Chopper. Thankfully, the Hiking Bear does not give the boost, right? Because that's an activate main. So if you counter, you have to counter out of this one, right? Are you afraid? You're probably, how much are you thinking about Diable Jambe right now? Like, I'm pretty sure the green purple Luffy has Gum Gum Giant in hand. It's just all about when you block, I think, at this point. So ends up blocking there. I am going to stream the tournament on Friday. I'm playing Green Blue Rosinante, and I'm streaming the tournament on Friday here on the channel chat. Ooh, has another 5-drop Luffy. The good news is that this is only like, a 7,000 power swing? So you can technically get out of it. And because you're a 6K leader, a 2K's out of it. So if you have Gum Gum Giant in hand, you can get out of this 7K swing. Or just another 2K. Is going to rest 1. Does have the Gum Gum Giant. Okay, this is going to be able to get it for you. You're going to draw 2, get out of that attack. And you just swing face with everything you've got, right? If you've got the 6-drop Luffy, this is probably game, right? If you got the 6-drop Luffy, you slam that sucker down, use leader effect, get that boost, restand some Dawn, and you just swing in. Oh, maybe doesn't have the Rush Luffy. But ends up swinging 8,000 power at lead. You could use the leader. Could you use the leader effect, though? You could use the leader effect and get one Dawn back right now if you wanted to, right? You wouldn't restand any Dawn, but you would get one back through the Sanji Pudding. And it would buff your leader by 1K. Ooh, going with Bonnie, Jada. Might change the Zoro or Koala in OP12. All right, uses the leader effect. Swings 9,000 power, I think, at lead. Do you ever just like poke 6,000 with the green purple and then swing. Ooh, ends up going 8. I feel like I would have swung 7 here. Right? Maybe not. Oh my gosh, that's so many 1Ks out of hand. That was like 4 1Ks. Holy smokes. Yeah, you didn't have a rush Luffy. I was going to say, because like if you had a rush Luffy, you probably play that first before like anything else. Holy smokes, Fung. That was a good game. That was a cool game to watch. Yo, what up, Axius? How you doing, friend? All right, chat. There's a couple of you that have followed here on the channel. Steers and Beers, Mokai, Jay Belloc. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, let me just tell you that we are rebroadcasting the Hong Kong Grand Asia Open. There was no English live stream, so I'm practicing a little bit of commentary, watching it with you guys, just enjoying the show, right? Maybe trying to learn something in this OP12 format. But if you want to watch the official live stream, right, you want to see it for yourself, the actual production from the channel that produced this, right? Link is in the pinned message on both Twitch and YouTube as well if you're watching the VOD in the description below to be able to watch it for yourself. I always supply you guys the official live stream or production for these tournaments because I do not own the rights to any of this. And I want to support the official live stream. How early? That was round 2, Jada. That was round 2. So if you're just coming in, you haven't missed much. Yeah, that was a really good game. That was a fun game to watch, Fung. Maybe we'll see you later in the tournament. All right, where's round 3? Oh, my mouse is gone. Oh, what the heck? Oh, gosh, chat, my mouse is gone. It's like disappeared. It's like a visual bug. What the heck? Any technicians in chat real quick can tell me how to see my mouse again? Yeah, you didn't miss much, Axios. And the VOD will be public on both Twitch and YouTube to where, like, you can watch it back. Press both mouse buttons? That did not work. Should I play GP Kuzan or Ray for the LCQ? I really like Kuzan Black Shade. I want to make a video on Kuzan soon. I think the deck is really neat. Yo, Wizzy Frog, what's good? Hey, thank you so much, Simon. I appreciate that. That's really, really nice because there's like 5 One Piece creators that I would consider better than me. At least 5. Control Alt Delete. See if wait. Control Alt Delete. Wait, no way. That's not real, right? I might just because I'm not doing anything crazy, right? I'm not playing like The Sim or anything like that. So just some easy clicks. All right, let's watch this round, chat. Zoro versus Teach. Yeah, and I think especially if the ban list does get enacted for the LCQ in Dallas, I think Kuzan could be a really cool play. Because I think there's a chance that could happen. Yo, Sean, there's a pretty decent chance, actually. And so Teach going first in this game is going to play a My Era Begins. Looks at that top 3 for a Blackbeard Pirates, just trying to fill up the trash. We see the Lafitte in there. I like Lafitte on this grab, right? Allows you to do a little bit more searching in the next turn. Oh, it just brings up the task manager. Oh, sorry. That felt like one of those things where it was like, are you baiting me? Ooh, the Teach did not use leader effect, so this Perona is going to be able to search. Does find the restand event for Zoro. Luffy will be king of the pirates. It's going to be a good event to play later as this tournament goes, or as this round goes on. Teach now swinging 5 at lead. Is going to take that life. I think a lot of Teaches have been playing Black Vortex in OP12 as like a 1 or a 2 of. Because it's like, it's a good trigger as well as a good effect to play. I think it's just difficult sometimes to play it. So does get a full lead stage, is just going to do more searching, Chad. More searching is always good in Blackbeard. Filter out the hand, fill up the trash, right, for potential Burgesses and stuff. Oh, Alt F4 is the bait one. Thank you. So puts down a 10-drop Teach. Remember, chat, that blockers allow Zoro to restand. So maybe 10-drop Teach not as good in the matchup as a lot of people think. Is going to grab a stronger. An alternate art of that 2K stronger. Money is on Zoro. I think Zoro is favored in this matchup just simply because, like, you can clear board but also swing at lead, which is not very good for Blackbeard. And also your interaction with blockers, I think, are really good. Oh, ends up... Oh, I guess if you can't get 3 Dawn on the Zoro, like if you're playing a body right now, like Hiyori, right, to do more searching, you're not going to get 3 Dawn on him, so might as well just use the Perona to clear a body. We'll see if he plays this Koshiro. I think he is planning on doing it. So is going to swing 5, take that life, and play that 2-drop blocker down. Has a protection effect against slash-type characters, so if Blackbeard doesn't clear it on this turn, something like a Cavendish or Tashigi could come down in the next turn and force the Blackbeard to deal with that Kyoshiro. I would be really angry, actually, if the ban list hit 10 costs an L. I've seen some people talk about that, and it always makes me think that they're trying to clickbait and rage bait with the 10-drop an L take. But I would actually be genuinely furious with Bandai if they hit the 10 costs an L. Control W also close stuff. Man, learn stuff every day. Filters out the stronger to be able to draw more. Let's see what he finds off this. Well, this matchup for Zoro is just like swing at a body and bam. And like if they give you any sort of on-play effects, like you immediately get value. So pops the Kuzan early. Is going to play a Van Augur onto the field. The Van Augur establishing that is going to be really nice, right? Especially if you use leader effect right here on this Burgess, because now you are way less likely to get this Van Augur rested from like Tashigi or anything like that. So ends up swinging 6. Potential trigger. What could this trigger be? It looks like it's going to be a Tempest Kick to KO the Koshiro blocker. Definitely really nice. I understand the Raigo ban, Blue Channel. I'm not going to say that I agree with it, but I understand the reasoning for it. Yeah, I think this matchup is favored for Zoro. Are you talking about our stream in general or on like this video that we're watching? In terms of trying to get it to 1080p. So is going to play the Tashigi and pass. You don't get the on-play effect, right? But now, because this Van Augur lives, removing this Tashigi is actually going to be way easier. The stream, it might be that this this office computer is set to an output of 720p only. I'll look after this stream chat to see if I can set it to 1080. This is a kind of like brand new computer for the office because our old computer fried. It shut down, will not turn back on. So this is a brand new computer that we set up to still be able to stream the tournaments and still be able to create content for you guys. And I just very rapidly like put this computer together. And so I'll check the 720 output after the stream. But thank you for letting me know about that. I would have no other reason knowing otherwise. So is going to minus that Tashigi and go ahead, use that 7-drop Blackbeard from the starter deck to remove the Tashigi. This is exactly kind of what you want if you're the Blackbeard, having this sort of having sort of this board state where you can just KO anything. Right? The Blackbeard, really, really good. The Van Augur, really, really good. Especially because if they decide to swing at the Van Augur, that means that you can draw a card off of it. The Blackbeard getting a 3 cost or less. Also has that on KO effect of being able to grab any black card within your trash. Banning a yellow, red, or black card feels a little sus. It does. I agree. And so let's see, playing down the Mihawk, no leader effect on this turn. So the Mihawk is going to restand for Dawn, and now a 9,000 power swing coming at this Van Augur is going to get that KO and draw off of that on KO effect. And now the activate main on the Zoro is going to go ahead, swing at lead and pass off the turn. Kind of one of those turns, I feel like, where you want to use leader effect. I don't know what his hand looks like if he had anything that he really wanted to. But especially with Zoro, like being able to play Mihawk and then just give, it's almost like the Tashigi or Kuina, like giving the Dawn to the Zoro. Like you want to force them to, if they play a big body like Mihawk, to not be able to use leader effect. Hey, what up, Gray Fox? Glad you could come in. I know Twitch on the TV, if I watch streams on the TV, it's usually just YouTube. Because the Twitch app on like Roku TVs and stuff has been really bad as of late. I feel like the last couple years. If I watch on the TV on Twitch, it's from the PlayStation 5 that my girlfriend and I have. So ends up grabbing stronger on that full lead filter. No Burgess right now. We'll see if he drops a 10 drop. Right here. Oh, no, can't drop a 10 drop. He only has 9 Dawn, I think. So he's going to rest 2 for Luffy. Do a little bit of searching in here, right? Might try to do like Van Augur or something like that. We see a Van Augur in that top 5. So is going to go ahead, rest, and maybe not rest. Is my stream chat working? I see you guys on screen. I don't see you guys on my little overlay. Is going to go ahead, Tempest Kick to draw a card to start out. Ooh, gosh, the frame rate right now. Is going to use that Kuzan. Kuzan, go ahead. We haven't dropped frames. I think this is from the actual stream. For the Van Augur and clear the 8-cost Mihawk. Again, love to see the board control for the Blackbeard. Put you in a much better spot than where you were. Might go ahead and just swing 6 at lead, right, with this 1 Dawn, I would imagine. So going ahead, hitting in, countering out a 2K Tashigi. No, don't ban the purple Rush 10 Mom. Don't ban that one. Ban the 9 cost. That's crazy, Cowboy Katakuri. Oops. Sorry about that, chat. There we go. Who's my favorite leader of all time? My favorite leader is OP03 Nami. That's my favorite leader. So swings 8,000 power after clearing the Lafitte, or I'm sorry, on the Van Augur. Now using that activate main to swing again. Has 7 Dawn left. So it is going to go 2K, 2K. 2K, 2K, stronger, stronger. And a Hody Jones coming in. The Hody Jones, take the life, take the life. Oh no, the on-play effects. That's right, Hody Jones doesn't take a life. That's a crazy interaction, by the way, chat. It's one of my favorite interactions. Remember, Hody Jones has the rush effect. The on-play effect is not for Hody Jones. I don't think Nami is bad for the game. I don't think OP03 Nami is bad for the game. I think that it's bad for it to be the best deck in format. I think alternate win conditions are fine to exist in games, but decks like Marshall D. Teach and Nami should never be the best decks. I don't know anybody that's saying banning 10 cost Linlin. I don't know a single person that's saying it. No, they're all talking about 9 cost Linlin. They have to be talking about 9 cost Linlin. Nobody's saying 10 mom. Ain't no way. If they are, that's bait. No, I think Buggy can exist being the best deck and be like fine to exist in the game. It's just that Nami and Blackbeard are so polarizing in terms of game design to any other deck. And I think we can really all agree that like neither one is super fun to play against, right? I love OP03 Nami, but I can understand how nobody likes playing against it because it's so different and it's so polarizing that you're fine with them existing because you want those alternate win conditions, but you don't want them to be the best deck because that would be very enjoyable for a majority of the player base. So counters out of the 6K swing. How much did they rest? Just 1 for the Tempest Kick. Is going to go ahead minus the Hody Jones. Ooh, they're clearing the Hody Jones right here, chat. That's good. But I think, honestly, are they a little bit behind? Zoro's still at 4 life. So is going to rest 5 to play a Van Augur. Oh, that's the SP Kuzan. SP Kuzan to draw a card and play the Van Augur out onto the field to get the minus and be able to KO this Hody Jones. So is going to minus the Hody Jones. Is going to go ahead, Doc Q the Hody Jones, and now swing Blackbeard at life. It's crazy because, like, in this matchup, you love playing these removal bodies, but, like, the Zoro is just going to be, like, okay, swing 8 at one of the bodies, clear it, and then swing at lead. And you're like, ugh. It hurts. Yeah, Blackbeard is definitely one of those decks, though, that's like you could feel behind the whole game, but at the end game, you can get like this stabilization when you're at like 0 or 1 life, and you can win from there. So, Waterboy, we have a date for when Japan announces a ban list. We do not have a date for when or if the West will adopt the Japanese ban list. So yes and no. We do know that it's going to be announced on One Piece Day in Japan, or at least during the weekend of One Piece Day. Yeah, but that is specifically for Japan. That is for the Eastern meta. The West has to choose to adopt the ban list. And so we don't know if they're doing that or not. There's no official word on that yet. That is just everyone's assumption because of how it has gone in the past. So is going to go ahead, swing at lead. Is going to go ahead now, swing at lead again. I think Chad is going for game at this point. Is going to go ahead, use that Black Vortex event, minus 4,000. And the 2K, I think he needs a little bit more counter, right? Yeah, 2K, 1K, another 1K, right? Yeah, another 1K. Is going to go ahead and get out of that. So no more 2Ks in the hand if you're the Zoro. And did not battle any characters. So I think Zoro's in a really good position, though, right now. If he's holding on to another one of those 3-cost events, then he's basically got game, right? Because I don't think there's anything that Blackbeard can do right now to win. Unless for some reason Doc Q's coming in and throwing hands. Like, because Blackbeard, you have to have all 4 of these bodies hit to be able to win. But yeah, you have to like commit a bunch of Dawn to Doc Q. Because they still have 5 cards in hand. So like a 5K swing from Doc Q is not safe. I wonder if you just like try to play like, I don't know if they run Vasco shots anymore, though. I don't think we've seen a Vasco shot yet in this deck. So do you just like... This is a tough spot for the Blackbeard. But he's going to go ahead, swing 5 at lead. I'll catch up on chat in a moment. I'll read your messages here in a moment. So there's that 1K that I was talking about. So there we go. Blackbeard now cannot win this turn. Uses the Doc Q to clear the Perona, right? You want to clear as many bodies as possible. Swings with Van Augur. Is going to take that. Swings with the Blackbeard. Just take that as well. 2, is this a Vasco shot? No. Uses leader effect on that 10-drop. 10-drop doesn't help you in this situation. You need like multiple blockers. Lafitte, does he have a Vasco shot in the deck? Or is he just building up a ton of counter? Because like you can't get out of a 15K swing, right? Unless you have like another Black Vortex. He could have another Black Vortex in his deck. I think he's played 2 of them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thinking about grabbing a full lead and doing another full lead play, but instead grabs the Lafitte. So this is for the blocker Kuzan. Uses leader effect on the Lafitte. Yeah, I think you really need to play like two blockers on this. But if you're not running Vasco shot anymore, like that's impossible. But leaves 2 Dawn up. Might have another Black Vortex in hand. I think Black Vortex in hand. Well, Black Vortex in hand, you would play that right away, and that would actually win you the game. If he has Black Vortex, he wins the game. Potentially. No, if... leaves 3 Dawn open for that event. If you Black Vortex, Zoro can't use leader effect, but the 3-drop event means that he would be able to swing again at lead. He would be able to restand and swing. And we use the one that we know of. Is going to use that Black Vortex, minus 4,000 power, uses 2K, 1K, 1K. Oh, he gets out of the swing. That means he still has blocker up. And Zoro can't use leader effect. Blackbeard's going to win this one. Yo! Because he wins, right? Because now when Zoro, if Zoro uses the 3-cost event to swing, he just blocks with Kuzan. He plays out like Burgess or something. Right? And then he just swings out with Van Augur, Blackbeard, Burgess. There's no way Blackbeard loses now, right? Oh, I think he just scooped. He scooped. Nice. That was cool. That was sick, chat. That was crazy. Yeah, Caribou Blocker would have been good, but... Yeah, Blackbeard played that so well. He did a great job knowing his outs. Yeah, the Asura event really not having that. Although, would Asura have helped you? You would have had to have Asura and the 3-cost event, and at that point, that is 7 Dawn, so you only swing 8K. And I think he has 9 in hand in terms of counter, right? And then if he has to swing at the Lafitte, and then he has to hope that an 8,000 power swing wins in the game, which I think he had 9 in hand. So honestly, I think 9-sword. Oh wait, no, 9-sword style would have negated the counter event. So actually, yeah, Asura. I think Asura, Dead Man's Game, and the Luffy will be King of the Pirates. The Blackbeard one, Denny. Yeah, it would have won him the game. Because he would have been able to math his way through, right? Because he would have swung 8 twice. Well, he would have swung 8 technically 3 times, but one of them would have been at Lafitte. So yeah, he would have won the game if he had the demonic 9-sword style event. Because you can't use Black Vortex. Yeah. Awesome. That was a great game, by the way. That was a great game. Rest on blocker, swing 11K. I guess I don't know the amount of cards in the Blackbeard's hand, so 11K or swing 8 twice, both win, right? What's more math? 2 8s? 2 8s prompts 2 2Ks, where an 11 prompts 3 2Ks and a 1K. So double 8K needing 4 2Ks. It would be better if he had the restand event instead of swinging 11. Yo, what up, gamer? I will be at tier 1 tomorrow. I will be. We will swing. Yo, what's up, Sombra? How are you? Yes. Hody, like, I don't know if the Hody play was early. Because, like, you honestly want to play Hody when they leader effect, right? So you get that rush. No, yeah, that's why Asura is so good. That's why Asura is the best chance for him to win the game. Chat, if you are coming in, first of all, thank you so much for hanging out. There's a good amount of you in the chat right now chilling. King Craig, Marvin, and also Scrolls. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. I don't think Dead Man's Game is dumb. I don't think it's dumb, Mokai. I think Dead Man's Game is fine. I don't mind it. I do think it's really strong, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's like too overpowered. I think it's pretty good. And that's the main reason why I think they banned Hody Jones, because I think Dead Man's Game exists. I don't mind it, Crusher. I like that I like that Blackbeard exists in the game, right? Because it's no question that on play effects are broken in this game. Like a majority of cards that are played in decks are on play effects, right? A lot of times. And so you like to have a deck that doesn't dominate the game, but kind of checks those on plays. You like to have a counter deck. I think Magic has one too, right? Yeah, I mean, Blackbeard can't use on plays either. So it's like, so it kind of minimizes the card pool. Yo, what up, Fizzy? I don't know if I said hi to you earlier, but chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. That was round 3 of the tournament. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I've been drinking a lot of coffee today and, well, you know, coffee. I will be right back. And when I get back, we will watch the next round. I will play advertisements on both Twitch and YouTube, just so then you guys don't get advertisements in the middle of the rounds that we watch. So, chat, I'll be right back. Yeah, okay. I am back. Oh, sorry, guys. You guys didn't get to watch all these trailers. Let me grab a Gatorade real quick. I had to grab my Gatorade out of my lunchbox. I think Kami, I think banning Hody is wrong as well. I just think Bandai's going to do it. I don't agree with the Hody ban, but I think they'll do it. Scrolls the Blackbeard one. Ultimate Muscle? I don't know who Ultimate Muscle is. Oh, is that one of like the Union Arena sets? I think Zoro's leader effect is crazy, but I don't know if it's ban worthy. No, I kind of think the Zoro leader's cool. YouTube Premium for the W. Hey, I still actually get some source of revenue from you watching and using YouTube Premium. So thank you, Andre, for helping me pay rent. Chat, if you're watching the stream and you've never been here before, please hit subscribe on YouTube or whatchamacallit, follow on Twitch. Does a lot to help the channel and helps people find us. Make sure to like on YouTube as well so then other people can find the stream. Okay, let's see. Oh, you're new, Sombra. That's crazy. Well, welcome on in. First time chatter. No, I have no idea. I have no idea, Gray Fox. Let's zoom forward to the next round, chat. Ban Buggy. Yeah, ban Buggy. That deck sucks. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing how bad that deck is. Like, just get it out. Just get it out of the game. Yeah, it's not a when attacking effect. That's a good thing, Sprinter, to make sure that people know that the Green Zoro's leader effect is not when attacking. It's an activate main. It just usually happens right after the attack, coincidentally. Oh, I jest mostly when I say ban Buggy. I'm kidding mostly. I'm just trying to get you guys to angry type in the chat. Unban Gecko and ban BY Luffy. No! Don't do that. Don't ban BY Luffy. You can unban Gecko. Don't ban BY Luffy. No, like, if your deck loses to Buggy, chat, it is still a viable deck to play because there's not enough Buggies to influence what you should or should not play. Buggy is a good and viable deck, don't get me wrong, but it's not enough of the meta share for it to really influence your decision. Buggy's the only hope against Roger. What? That's a crazy take. I think you lose to Roger. Probably. All right. Looks like in this one, chat, it's Zoro and Blue Purple Luffy. Looks like Zoro going first, Blue Purple Luffy second. Nothing to play on 2 Dawn. Pretty typical for the first turn for Blue Purple Luffy. Zoro is going to go ahead, start out swinging 6 at lead. Probably playing like a Hiyori or maybe like double Perona kind of deal. Search is just going to Zoro Juro out of that. And, ooh, Koshiro is just going to be the first one as Luffy goes to 4. Might go in with like a Bon Clay or something like that, or some sort of ramp after this 7,000 power swing. Takes the first life. Is it a gear 2? No, passes off the turn. No ramp for the Blue Purple Luffy. Definitely a tough spot. I like Teach right now. I like Teach. I think it's a good deck. I assume you're talking about Red Green Smoker Whim. And so swinging 6,000 power at lead with the Zoro is just going to counter out of that. And for 4, play the 4-cost Zoro. So this is one of the new Zoros, chat. I like this in my build of Green Zoro right now. This new Zoro can't be KO'd in battle by slash-type characters and gains 1,000 power, so is a 6,000 power character. Ends up using God Thread on that Koshiro, right? Because that Koshiro has a protection effect against the Zoro. So it's just more beneficial to kill the 2-cost blocker right there. Yeah, no ramp is tough. I like Red Green Smoker. It's had some good appearances in tournaments, especially the Miyagi CS. That was really cool that we watched on the channel. So now 7K at lead. Oh, thank you, Flyscale. Thank you, Flyscale. I appreciate that. I hope that, my hope is that, you know, for everybody can understand. But obviously you have to you have to either know English or the closed captions have to be really good to be able to understand if you don't know English. but swings 6,000 power at lead, right? Because that plus 1,000 power boost, because your leader is a slash type leader. Counters out of that, is countering out of all of these swings. Does not want to give anything up to the Zoro. No life at all. They're an even 3-3 right now. I don't think, does Luffy use leader effects after this? No, I think they're at 7, right? Oh, you play Reiju and Purple Black Luffy? I love playing a good old Reiju. Is going to Hody Jones. So Hody Jones puts him down to 2, and now an 8K swing at life gets him to take the first one. That's a really early Hody Jones. Does go ahead, restand. Hody Jones, though, is your best target to not get removed, though. So, like, if you play a Tashigi or something, right, like a 9 Lin removes the Tashigi, the Hody is your best play to be able to not lose out on a body on this turn and to guarantee that you have 2 swings. So now, after re-ramping with the Katakuri, right, because of the Katakuri end of turn effect, now Luffy can safely use Gum Gum Giant on this turn if he wants and still be able to use leader effect next turn. You like the SR Law and PRBO2 for Smoker? Is it Punk Hazard, chat? I can't remember. Is it Punk Hazard? It's definitely Slash, so you can find it off the 1-drop Perona. Is going to swing 6,000 at face with that Zoro character. The 4-drop Zoro, very good, in my opinion. Gives up a 2K for that. Interesting. Hody Jones now swinging 8,000 power at lead. Is going to use Gum Gum Giant, I believe, right here. Yep, is going to Gum Gum Giant away a God Thread. I like the God Thread, get rid of, right? You don't need that card anymore. Draw 2. So the Zoro, we'll see what he does right here at 9 Dawn. He could play like the 8-drop Mihawk. Oh, yeah, if it's Punk Hazard and whatchamacallit, Slash, then it's probably pretty good in Red Green Smoker. So swing 6. Was it PRBO2? Did it come out in PRBO2? So rest 4. What are you playing on 4? Oh, you're doing the Mihawk. Okay, Mihawk Tashigi play, leaving 1 open. Protection effect for the Tashigi. Maybe in case of something like a 9-drop Lin on the 4-cost Zoro. If I had to make an all-in bet, I would say Hody Jones gets banned. Do I agree that Hody Jones should get banned? No, absolutely not. But do I think it will? I think it will. I'm pretty convinced on that. I don't think anything you could say could convince me otherwise. And I'll tell you my reasoning if you're curious. Might take some Bonnie slots if Hody isn't hit. Well, it's Supernova, right? So you can find it off of a 1-drop Bonnie search. So that makes sense. It also increases the threshold of KO for Mulgun. Yeah, like, I mean, I remember reading the law and being like, this card is good. But it's been a couple days. It's been a day or two since I've read it, so. I know, I'm ready to play with Mihawk. I think that Hody Jones is going to get banned for the same reasons that they banned Raigo. To where, like, so Raigo got banned because it was being abused and the cost to play Raigo wasn't as much of a factor as they were anticipating it to be. And so I think Hody Jones kind of fits that same category where more often than not, the life take when you're playing Hody Jones does not matter. And so I think, especially if you've watched like our OP12.5 live streams on the channel of the Japan Championships, I think that green is pretty good, right, in the game. And I think people are tired of Hody Jones. So ends up resting the Tashigi with the Usohachi to be able to Red Rock the Mihawk, right? Because the Tashigi is already rested, cannot protect the Mihawk. And now with one Dawn up, is going to go ahead and start applying some pressure. It's a very aggressive Usohachi play. Swung at that Tashigi so it cannot restand. Ends up swinging 9 at lead. Not leaving any Dawn up. Interesting. I do not want every color to have a Hody Jones. No. I do not want every color to have a Hody Jones. Absolutely not. I think that would be really bad for the game. Pinwheel, it's like interesting because I think they can hit the... Oh my gosh, goes 2K, 1K, 1K? Or 2K, 2K... No, I think we went 2K, 1K, 1K on that. Very aggressive on the counter. So ends up blocking and not countering. The blocking and not countering 1K is crazy. That means you have no counter in hand, right? So Hody Jones resting the Usohachi, ends up taking that life. You definitely go 8 into Usohachi and 8 at lead, right? There's not a lot of Luffys nowadays that are playing the 9-drop rush Luffy. It is a card that is played, but it's not as present as it used to be, I think. So swung at the Usohachi with leader, then swung Hody Jones at life, and now is using the activate main on the Zoro to restand the leader. Puts him at 0. And now leader effect for Luffy going off. I personally, I can see it getting banned, but I think there's worse things that should be dealt with first. I think Gum Gum Giant, although is an extremely good card, right, is very, very good, right? I think you would just hurt too much of the meta in terms of the purple decks, because you don't want all the purple decks to die, right? You just want blue purple Luffy to maybe be not as good, I think. So I think the best way to do that is to just like either hit the leader or hit the 9-cost Linlin. And I'll always be in favor of hitting the 9-cost Linlin. So resting. Ooh, Franosuke. He's rushing in with Franosuke. Does not have the counter. Blue Purple Luffy's going to win that one off the skin of their teeth. Going in with the Franosuke, right? Getting the rush at dawn ×1. Definitely crazy. Maybe that's why they never counter. Maybe that's why they didn't counter out of the Katakuri, because that was like the only counter in hand. And they knew that that was kind of like their win condition. That's really interesting. Yeah, the new Shiryu looks pretty good. Well, I don't disagree with you, Mulliton, but I don't fully agree. Like, I think Shiryu's a pretty good option to have in the Blackbeard deck, but being able to reach a 4-cost or less is pretty good. I think it's pretty good because you can, like, because Blackbeard, the 7-cost Blackbeard hits a 3-cost or less. Doc Q hits a, what is it, 1-cost or less? So you don't really have too much besides, like, Black Hole to be able to get rid of a 4-cost or less. And so it's a great way to hit that 4, but also put a body on the field and have some counter in the deck. I think it's a good card. It's not like a broken card, but it's a good card. What would you mean, Silas? The same mentality on what? Gum Gum Giant? I think that if you're referring to my take on Gum Gum Giant, I think it's mostly because that there is no other card like Gum Gum Giant, whereas with Hody Jones, they just printed Dead Man's Game. So although it's not a 1-to-1, I will totally agree with that. It is not a 1-to-1 Hody Jones and Dead Man's Game. It gets the same kind of like end game effect of resting 2 Donner blockers. In that sense, you lose out on the AK rush, so it is at sometimes a worse card. But like what a lot of Hody Jones is used for is just like resting blockers or Dawn for like Gum Gum Giant or something. No, Blast Breath doesn't draw cards or filter the hand. It's just a Dawn -1, right? So although I would consider Blast Breath to be the closest thing to Gum Gum Giant's way better. Especially in Straw Hat decks. I don't know, Sprintered. A lot of people said that same thing when the starter decks were released or revealed and showed the 6-cost Kuzan blocker. I feel like a lot of people first said that, not a lot of people would think that the Blackbeard would play the Kuzan just because it's such a tight deck list, but they still put it in anyways. It's really all about what the meta looks like, right? If you don't have a lot of targets for the Shuryu, sure, yeah, don't include it in the deck, But if you do have a lot of targets in the meta that are relevant, right, like especially Rayleigh decks, then the Shuryu is a great option. It's not like an auto inclusion in the Blackbeard deck, but it's a very good card that can be utilized depending on the format, I think. Yeah, that was one of the first Franosuke legals I've seen. It doesn't happen often. And I mean, Kami, I would kind of agree with that in a sense. Like, it's much easier to leave up, like, 3 Dawn, than, like, if... But the thing is only... Like, to play around Gum Gum Giant, only really, like, green can deal with it, right? No other colors can deal with it. But the same could be said for, like, well, no, Hody Jones. Hody Jones is a little bit different because every deck has to think about Hody Jones, right? Because just about every deck plays blockers. You're either playing like Gum Gum Giant Dawn events or you're playing blockers. Spoiler alert if you don't know the OP12 manga chat. Jewelry Bonnie. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that Shuryu has to be a 4 of, but it can be like a 2 of, like that Kuzan. It can be like a tech card for the meta. Mario, I disagree 100% with saying that 9-cost Lin is nerfing all the other purple decks. Purple Katakuri doesn't play it, and Pudding doesn't play it. Purple Yellow Pudding. I think the only other purple deck that you would really hit is like OP12.5 Purple Luffy, but I don't think that deck needs Lin. Because like the purple Katakuri deck mostly just plays the 10-cost Lin that came out in OP11, and the Purple Yellow Pudding is almost always playing the 10-drop Lin or one of the 7 or 6 drops. I personally don't think either of those decks should play 9-cost Lin. I think that there are just other cards that are better. Does Robin play 9-cost Lin? What was the... hold on, let me look in Discord. There's a guy that's been doing really well with Robin in Japan. And I sent his list to a friend. Oh, he is playing Nighdrop Linlin. Okay, so maybe you hit Robin. And by the way, chat, if you want to see the deck list, the full deck list for this Robin, here's the deck list. This is a guy on Twitter, Pink Tom Kiatu, who's been doing pretty well with Robin in Japan right now. This is his Robin list in OP12. In case you want that deck list, take that screenshot right there. I'll fix this up, chat. Yeah, you can play Gum Gum Giant and Robin, and I recommend it. Host a tourney, but with a custom ban list. I eventually want to host tournaments, chat. You would be surprised how much organization and preparation you need to be able to host tournaments. Like, I have to judge, I need prizing, right? I need to have an efficient system to make sure that everybody's playing what they're supposed to be playing. And I have to organize the tournament itself. So I do want to host tournaments soon for the channel, whether that's, just like local tournaments or, kind of more custom tournaments. But I have to prep. And that it takes a lot of preparation to be able to do that. Yeah, like I think if Gum Gum Giant gets hit, you hit every single Straw Hat deck. And every single Straw Hat deck plays Gum Gum Giant, but there's only like two of the 6 that I think are relevant would be, or two of the 6 of them are like super meta relevant. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Nebula. Like TOing, like being a TO is a thankless job, and also judging. Judging is a thankless job. So yes, it's in the future, but I'm not ready for it yet. I'm not ready to do that yet. But eventually on the channel. I think it was about like right here. Yeah, like I feel like they've been putting out a lot of Gum Gum Giant stuff lately, so it feels weird if they would ban it. Like they put it in the starter deck for Black Purple Luffy, which came out during OP12 in Japan. And then let me fix this. Rob Luchi versus Zoro. Keep it like that. But also they're in PRBO2, I think it is, or OP13, one of those two. They have I think it's PRBO2. They made the full alternate art for Gum Gum Giant. So it just feels really weird that they're making those, in my opinion. I just think you can hit other cards that would be good for the game, and you don't have to hit Giant. When did they ban? Well, so Gray Fox, we still had like 6 to 8 months in the West with PRB before Gecko got banned, and Ice Aged. Yo, what's up, Noah? How are you? Ice Age, when did those starter decks come out before the ban list was released, chat? When did those starter decks come out before the ban list? And I'm talking about the West or the East. I'm not talking about the West. Does anybody know what the timeline was for that? Because honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. So Hiyori coming in. The starter decks came out in OP07, and we got the ban list. Was it OP10? I think. And so Rob Luchi going second, plays that Cobra to start, mills a Sabo, right, with that on-play effect. You mill one card. Cobra, a nice chum blocker that Rob Luchi's are teching in. And so Zoro starting out with the Hiyori search. What's he going to grab off of this? You probably want to grab a setup card, right? Oh no, every color has the 0 cost event. Not every deck has a rad beam, right? Well, I mean they're getting there. What? Oh, actually, yeah, maybe they do have a like rad. Do they have a rad beamish effect? Grabs Tashigi, great card. Is going to go ahead, swing 7. Rob Luchi taking it and passing off to the next turn. And so for Dawn is going to be able to clear this Hiyori, right? There's plenty of options to be able to do that outside of just swinging at it with Brook. It's one of the first ones that come to mind. Brook would be... Actually, would Brook be good to establish right here? This is a really interesting matchup because, like, if you play Brook, you know they have the Tashigi in hand for next turn. So, like, Brook is probably dying because of the Tashigi effect. Start out swinging 6, mill 2. And Brook, yeah, they are going to play the Brook. I think you need to establish the Brook, even though they have the Tashigi. I think it's just one of those things that has to happen. What cards am I most hyped for in OP12 for the Western meta? I want to play Blue-Purple Sanji. Real bad. I want to play Green-Blue Rosinante and Blue-Purple Sanji. That's right, Chad. I want to abuse Gum Gum Giant. I said it. Tashigi coming in, and with that on-play effect, is going to rest the Cobra, actually. And swing at the Cobra, so leaving the Brook alive. And that makes sense, right? Especially because you have the Cobra. So I guess Brook was actually a pretty safe play there because they can only rest either the Cobra or the Brook. And if they rest the Brook, you block with the Cobra, and they can't hit the Brook. But they rest the Cobra, and they're like, we'll just get Brook next turn. So swings 5K at lead, is going to 2K out of that. Well, Bello might be nice depending on the ban list. I don't know if it will, but it could. And so Laboon and Brook is going to be able to KO the Tashigi. The Uta comes in. So this is an Uta from the starter deck that hasn't been seen in a while, I feel like. Has kind of moved out of the Luchi lists from starter deck 7. This is a really nice Uta. Cannot be KO'd in battle against a leader. So probably in this matchup, it's pretty good, I would think. Blue needs 4 cards in hand. Yellow needs your opponent to have 2 life. Purple has Blast Breath. Oh, yeah, so I guess every card has some sort of 1-cost event that has plus 4,000 power. You're right. I think there's a possibility that you could see it with PRBO2 events. Although I'm hearing from a couple people in like the Eastern meta that Black Hill Luffy is not that good with the ace. Like the ace is like it's a weird card. Like you're never gonna have Gecko, but does it like fulfill the what you want is the real question. Are you thinking about whether or not you want to swing Hody? You always swing Hody, right? Probably just thinking about where Hody's going to swing. Like, is it more beneficial to swing at Brook, or is it more beneficial to swing at Laboon right now? Yeah, doesn't Black technically have one where it's cards in trash? It's Barrier, right? Isn't Barrier like plus 4,000 if you have a certain amount of cards in trash? Now it's Dressrosa, so it's a little bit different, but technically it's still there. Yeah, Petster, I want to see how the ace does in the ace deck. Maybe not so much Black Hill Luffy, but the ace deck. Oh, the frame rate. I had some frame rate problems in the stream chat. which happens. I've been there. Hody Jones, is he swinging at the Uta? I think. Yeah. Yo, what's up, King Craig? Yo, what's up, Habib? How you doing? Bellow's good, but it's not where it is in 11. Because I think Bellow is really good because of decks like Blue Purple Luffy and Green Purple Luffy. But if Blue Purple Luffy gets hit, Bellow stocks technically go down. You know? And it's already going lower in a position in the OP12 meta because Zoro and Rayleigh exist. So after that 5K swing, I think countered out with the 2K X Drake, is going to play another Uta. So get that minusing on the Hody Jones, clear it. Maybe playing a Sabo blocker. No, 4-drop Kuzan to draw. Lot of cost minusing in the deck right now. And is going to use the Manchury effect. Put 2 cards back. And grab a 5-cost Sabo to maybe play in the next turn. My nose itches, chat. Sorry if you heard that. Oh, I guess I could mute the mic next time. I have a really easy way to mute the mic. I forgot about that. This is a brand new stream deck that I have. So Zoro now playing off with the Perona. I think Rob Luchi looking pretty good. And that's pretty typical, I think, with green matchups. Yeah, Luchi's still alive. Doesn't matter what you hit. As long as it's not the leader, Luchi will survive. And I don't mind Luchi. I don't think... I've heard some people say that you should just ban the Luchi leader at this point, but I don't agree with that. I think Luchi is fine to exist in the format. And it's definitely not in a... Even if you keep hitting it, like it keeps innovating. I think the biggest thing about Rob Luchi that has kept the deck alive in general is that it does not really have searchable cards for the most part. So plays that Mihawk to restand 4-Dawn. Got 4-Dawn active. Probably going to be swinging at one of these bodies on the field. Just think if you have a 1 cost to play, like a Perona or something. Yeah, Luchi's not problematic. Yeah. Luchi keeps it fresh. I enjoy watching Luchi. Because I think it's very interesting. So what do you do here with the 4-Dawn? Like, you have to swing at a body, right? But there's so many good bodies on the field right now for this for this Rob Luchi. There's so many good bodies. So swings 3 at the Brook. I like the Brook, right? Because it is a KO card. You're not going to be able to get rid of all of this cost minusing, so might as well get rid of the KO card. So swings 8 at the Brook, takes that knockout, and is just going to leave 1 up. Restands. I think has the Dead Man's Game in hand. Is going to take that life, pass off the turn to the Luchi. Luchi now at 10 Dawn. We'll see if a 10 Zon comes down in this turn. Right? He's at 10 Dawn? He's at 10 Dawn, right? Oh, maybe not. Is he at 8? He should be at 10. Yeah, he's at 10 Dawn. I was going to say. So swings 5. I think -1 the Dracula Mihawk. So I was thinking about resting 5, maybe for Sabo. You could honestly do a play where you minus this Dracula Mihawk enough that where you can like Manchury for Brook and then play down Brook to take the KO. So plays that. Sabo does have to trash 2. None of these characters can be KO'd by effects. Not necessarily something that you have to worry about too much, but establishing a blocker is really nice. So pitches the Kuzan. You don't really need that too much right now. And also the Suru. So a 2K. Has 5 cards in hand, I think. Or 6 cards in hand, it looks like. We'll see if he goes for like Manchury Brook. I mean, if you don't have Manchury Brook, then you just play Brook. Right? So now swings 5 is going to -4 the Mihawk. Make it -5 total for a 3 cost on the field. I believe that the Uta... Yeah, the Uta would be able to make it a 1 cost for the Brook play. So is thinking about what card to get rid of at this point. Right? Off the Kuzan. We still haven't countered out of the Kuzan yet. We keep adjusting our piles of cards. And so is going to give up 2K to Shiki. I love it when my opponent counters a 2K off of a 5K swing. I love it, chat. I think you definitely want to utilize the Uta to minus and not the Laboon, because you want to swing with the Laboon. So it is going to go ahead -2 on the Mihawk. Manchury is going to come out. I think Manchury grabbing that Brook. Right. This would make sense. Puts Uta and the Suru back into the deck. And now grabs the Brook. Still has 1 Dawn left after this play to be able to utilize on maybe like a 6K swing with the Laboon. Uses the Brook to KO the Dracula Mihawk. And then 1/4 Laboon swinging 6. Cards are flying everywhere. Ooh, is going to use Paradise Waterfall. So great job. Chat, remember, Zoros can play Paradise Waterfall. As I told you all one time. So great job by that Rob Luchi to minus and KO the Mihawk before they're able to use Paradise Waterfall. Chat, if you watched my Market Watch video on OP12, you could have saved like $20 on a playset of Paradise Waterfall. Minimum rarity. Actually, I don't know. Are they still $5? Good card. Good card. Especially in Zoro. Not something you have to play in Zoro, but is a tech card that I think you have to think about for Paradise Waterfall. Because it works so good with Dracula Mihawk. Perona is being played, looking for a slash or green event. Thinks he's got an option right here. I can't really tell the options. Keeping his cards too close to his chest. Looks like there's a 2K in there. Green Zoro is the only deck that can make me root for Luchi. I know a lot of people that are not excited to play in a format with Zoro. But I don't think the deck is too bad. There's definitely decks that I hate more than Zoro. Is going to grab a 2K X-Drake, so multiple 2Ks in that stack. Also, Nacho, how you doing? My lord, what's good? Oh, it's gone back down? Good. I'm glad, Whimsy, that Paradise Waterfall has gone back down. You still could have saved money, though, if you watched my Market Watch video. You still could have saved money than if you bought it right now. I just think that Zoro is so interesting with its leader effect. And like how there are some counters to the leader effect. Right? We've seen some of them already. I think it's very much like a lot of green decks, though. A lot of green decks are just like a play one body per turn and do the thing, do the roar. Green doesn't necessarily have like the swarm or things like green is a pretty, I don't want to say straightforward because it has its intricacies, especially on depending on the deck that you play, but like I don't know the best way to say it without offending green. Because I do think green has its own intricacies, especially like the Zoro deck. So counters out of that swing to keep the Uta alive. Right now, not going to be able to KO that Uta. Can't wait to play green Zoro. Good, Marciux. Hopefully I said that right. Hope you're having a good day. I'm excited for green Zoro to come in the format. Switch things up. Niblo, did I say hi to you earlier? For PB Luffy? Yes. Green Vortex can be played in PB Luffy to shut down Zoro's leader effect. So is going to Hody Jones to rest those two bodies. Definitely going to be... Oh, Zoro can't use leader effect. So you just like swing 6 at Brook and swing 8 at Kuzan? 6 at Brook, 8 at Kuzan. The Luchi has like 6 cards in hand, 5-6 cards in hand. Yo, what's going on, Jim? Yeah, yeah. But like I genuinely think that green like has some intricacies, right? It might not be like the cost minusing or like Vegapunk, right? But definitely like if I was going to give someone a deck for the first time to learn how to play the game, I think Zoro's up there in one of the decks that I would give them. Yeah, I'm excited for the ban list too to see like how the format can evolve and change. All right. How do you do this if you're Luchi? You're definitely like KOing Hody, right? Vegapunk mentioned hurrah. Vegapunk just got a new Egghead card, didn't it? The S-Snake that minuses power, which is crazy. I can't believe Vegapunk just got that card. You give them Reiju. Reiju feels like a difficult deck to play because of all the Dawn manipulation and cheating out bodies. There's a lot going on in a Reiju deck. Is going to go ahead, swing 7, -4 the Kuzan. So the Hody. So Hody now -5 in total is a 2 cost. Can just use the Uta to take the KO on the Hody with Brook. Is going to take that first life. It was an event. I think it was a Luffy will be King the Pirates event. So that's really good. Is going to clear the... Did they just swing at the Perona? They did. I thought they would have used the Uta to minus the Hody. Unless I missed something. Are you really that worried about Perona, though? Like, I feel like using Uta to... Yeah, because now you have to use the Laboon to minus. So I think that's a misplay, right? Because now you lose out on a swing with the Laboon. He definitely just used the Uta to swing at the Perona. And now he lost on a 5K swing. Potentially higher. Reiju is a very fun deck to play, Crush. I will agree with that. Reiju is one of the few decks that I will always have built. Because I think it's a fun deck to play. Because there are like a lot of things that you can do. Ends up taking that life off the Brook. Has 5 Dawn remaining? Does he have another Sabo? That would be the third Sabo that we've seen. Oh, I think he's thinking about maybe swinging for game with Sabo. He could be thinking about swinging 11 with that guy. But there's one Dawn up, so it could be a Dead Man's Game, could be a Paradise Waterfall. Can Red Green Chopper be close to Red Zoro once the OP13 law comes out? I don't know. I'd have to look at the deck and what exactly the law does. I don't want to say that for sure. So plays over the Uta, plays a Manchuri, is going to use Manchuri's effect to put Uta and Subaru back and grab a Bartolomeo and just get out a blocker. You still could lose to Hody Jones, right? Because there's 2 blockers on the field. Your odds are not great, but you still could lose to an 8-8. But if you have 2 2Ks in hand, you probably get out of this. Yeah, you've got like 6 cards in hand. I think Luchi's chilling. Big chilling. I don't think that's a hot take, Owen. I think that the community is like pretty split on that, though. I think that like half of the player base would agree with you, but half of the player base would disagree. Chopper's fun until you play against Buggy or Shanks. Well, you don't have to worry about Shanks because Shanks is a bad deck. Buggy, though, I guess you have to worry about Buggy. But I don't think you should worry too much about Buggy, even though it's a good deck. Swings 9,000 power, presumably at one of these characters on the field. So no Hody Jones coming in this turn. So doesn't have 9-sword style or Hody Jones to play, right? 9-sword style is probably just a counter event in hand. What are you doing with the rest of this? Yeah, what are you doing with the rest of this? Are you just playing blockers? Oh, he's going to use the when Luffy will be king of the pirates. Say that 9 times fast. Is going to restand that Zoro, so he still has the activate main and command 3 cards out of hand or a block. So is going to go 2K, 2K, 1K to get out of that swing. If he's got another one, now swinging at lead. Actually, no, if he had another one, he wouldn't win. Because he still has 1 life. And so does actually, after that block, have another one of those events, but restands and says, yeah, you got it. I don't think he has anything that can get out of this. Yeah, couple cards in hand, but not enough. Luchi winning that one. I think Luchi probably has a decent matchup into Zoro just because of removal, right? You just rest their dudes and then you swing into them and then you swing at lead. That leader effect is so good. Can be countered, but it's pretty good. Buggy and blue-purple are uninteresting to watch since you run like the same 40 cards in those decks. I think that blue-purple Luffy is kind of interesting to watch because the leader effect. I think the leader effect, it's really interesting watching like top-level players decide the leader effect about like the order of things, whether they top or bottom. That, in my opinion, is the most interesting thing to watch with blue-purple Luffy. I will say, though, that like the Sanji Linlin plays or like the first 2 or 3 turns of predicting like Gear 2, Bon Clay, Godthread, Zorojuro is like not that exciting. But I think once they get to the leader effect, it's interesting to watch. Yeah, Shoe Buggy is pretty good into Chopper. And it also, you can't just mole pistol it. Because it's 1,000 power too high, right? Because if you go minus 4, it's a 3K, which doesn't fit the KO requirement. Yeah, Jay, it's just one of those things. I think that every color should have like a counter of another color just naturally. But this was round 4, I believe. How many rounds are left? We're almost halfway through the VOD. That's round 5. This is round 5. Round 6. It was a long break. Round 7. Round 8. Round 9. 10. I think there's 10 rounds in total, chat, for anyone who's curious. So we've gone through 4 and there's 10 total. And I will watch all of the rounds in this. Oh, Shoe Buggy's an 8K, thank you. Yeah, all the more reason. All the more reason. Yeah, Honesty Impact is, I think, the way that you could get rid of Shoe Buggy. There's 10 rounds total as I skim through the timeline. I don't know if I would say that Blue Purple Luffy is the best broken deck that we've had because Sakazuki and Red Purple Law were insane. Now, with the band tournament that we just hosted, with the power creep, is it the most broken deck in against all of the decks ever right now? Yes, I think Blue Purple Luffy is the best, but I don't know. I think Sakazuki and Red Purple Law in like the OP06 and the OP08 format were way more broken than Blue Purple Luffy. This is going to be round 5, Jason. This is going to be round 5. I know someone that plays Honesty Impact in Bellow. Or no, he plays Divine Departure in Bellow. So, chat, we're going to be going into Blackbeard and Green Purple Luffy. This Green Purple Luffy, chat, with the Dodgers Luffy. Raise your hand if you've got the Dodgers Luffy card, chat. I do. It's going to start off with a Nami search and pass off the turn onto Blackbeard's 3-Dawn turn, starting off with the Lafitte. Definitely nice. Has a full lead stage. I think full lead is probably one of the cards that he's looking for in this hand if he doesn't have one already. Just a good card to establish, right? For constant filtering. Oh, as in like most fun. Yeah, I think, no, I don't know. Sakazuki was fun to play. I didn't play a lot of Sakazuki, but when I did play it, it was fun. Holy moly, Cowboy Katakuri. Yeah, Red Purple Law was in Red Purple Law. It's either Sakazuki or Red Purple Law in like the most broken deck of all time category. Yo, what up, Andre? How are you? Yo, Hippo, what's going on? Oh, you've got one? You and Andre, you've got one? This matchup is miserable as Teach, particularly in the Red Purple. Yeah, Red Purple Law in the East was broken, but this matchup is bad for Teach. I've watched this matchup a couple times. 6K swing going at lead is going to go ahead. I think it was potentially a trigger, but is going to go ahead, swing the Nami at face. Oh, yeah. Is this? So I guess this card was allowed in the tournament. That's a good point, Thiago. Like this, the Dodger Luffy is only in English, right? So that means that he was allowed to play it in this tournament. I wonder if he like asked the organizers. It's obviously allowed in the tournament because it's on the stream game. but is going to be playing the Zoro Juro. Yeah, I thought Sakazuki was really fun to play. I'll stand on that. I'll die on that hill. It was fun to play. Now, it was really broken, and playing against it was really annoying, but it was fun to play. It was. That's one of the reasons why so many people love the deck. So now Blackbeard going to 5. I think got to rush Luffy. And so Swings clearing that Nami is going to start off with a My Era Begins, grabbing a... Or no, use the full lead on the My Era Begins. Now playing the 5-drop Kuzan. And might pop the Kuzan, might not. Is going to go ahead and do it for the Van Augur and pass off the turn. Yeah, it could just be on the back of the... I think that's one of those... I think that's not a double-sided, like, casing. I think it's one of those... Vampire Gaming sells them. Vampire does. He sells those, like, leader cases that the green-purple Luffy has. I don't think they can... They're not, like, clear on both sides, just the one side. But if it is, you know, it could just be, like, a dual-sided case. So swinging the 6 is going to prompt a My Era Begins trigger. I think the Blackbeard now at 4 life is going to go ahead swing 7 to put him down to 3, puts it in hand. And I just found a nickel in my pocket for some reason. Is going to go ahead with another Zoro Juro. Just keep on searching. Oh, does Hong Kong allow English cards to be used? I did not know that. Thank you for teaching me, Nacho. Oh, Rukia. We allow a mixture of Japanese and English cards during major events like championships. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's really cool, actually. That's so sick. Why can't English do that? What? Why can't English do that? That's absurd. I'm pissed. I'm pissed now. Let me play with my Japanese cards. It's probably because Japanese cards like OP or PRBO2 released in Japan, but it hasn't released in the West yet. That's probably why it's not legal. But yeah, he was pretty. I mean, you always do the trigger, right? Like as soon as you see it, you're like, yep. So off the full lead grabs the Jesus Burgess. Can you play with a mixture of languages in English? Yeah, we can't even use Japanese Dawn. I know, it's crazy. Can you use a mixture? Because I thought it all had to be the same language. Or am I just mixing it up with like Pokemon? I would love it, David, if when we synced up in the East, if they allowed it. Dang, this Blackbeard is so fluid. Did you see how he did that leader effect? He just like dropped it on. This Blackbeard is savvy. He's got Riz, chat. He's got Riz for sure. So establishing the 7 cost Blackbeard, going to be really good, right? Especially with his Van Augur. So swings 7,000 power with the Zoro Juro. Ends up taking the life. No trigger. Yeah, they have the... English has the treasure rares, which are not in Japan, right? But it is in China, which I think is... I mean, it's way different because China is behind. Catching up. But plays down that Luffy. Is going to go ahead, use leader effect, restand to done. No Sanji Puddings out. Now 7,000 power at lead, I think, with this Luffy. Are they just going to try to rush him down? 2K, 1K to get out of that. Only mixture is allowed in Europe. Why would you disqualify the GP Luffy? Likes you. It's been established in chat that it's legal to play English cards in Asia. So swings the 7K with the Rush Luffy. Are his Dawn in English as well? No, it looks like they're in Japanese, I think. Oh, really? You're not allowed to use Chinese or Korean? Why? Do you know why that is, Rukia? If you don't mind me asking. Because that's curious. Is going to go ahead, boost up the Luffy to an 8 cost. Going to be much harder to remove, right, Marigo? Very nice within this matchup to boost up some of your character's cost. A little bit harder for Blackbeard to get rid of, but starts out with the Tempest Kick. Is going to -3 that Luffy right there to put it at a quick math 5 cost. So now with the 5 cost, a Van Augur and Blackbeard rest is going to be able to KO that Luffy on the field. So is going to play My Era Begins to be able to search that top 3 for a card. Ooh, I like the Kuzan here. I think you grab Kuzan. You can like put out a Burgess if you want. Or maybe if they kill the Van Augur, you can like bring it back with the Kuzan. Yeah, I like the Kuzan grab. So now is filtering out Van Augur from hand. Finds a 10-drop, and I think that's a 6-drop Kuzan blocker. So deciding between those two what they should grab. I might like the 10-cost Blackbeard a little bit more. Because with double Van Augur, maybe, you'd be able to KO just about anything with the Blackbeard. So yeah, I like that. Is going to go ahead, KO that Luffy off of the combination of the Van Augur and Blackbeard. Activate mains. Attach 1, swing it at lead. 6,000 power, matching the leader. Is going to Frankie get out of that. And 6 for the Kuzan, right? Yeah, 6 for the Kuzan right there. And use Kuzan. Ooh, using Kuzan for the leader effect. But I guess like next turn, you are going... Like if they KO the Kuzan, you're getting like Van Augur or something like that. Or Burgess. And then next turn, you're dropping the 10-drop Blackbeard, right? Oh, interesting, Rukia. I didn't notice that. I was on vacation. I was in the mountains. I was in the mountains on vacation during the Malaysia Grand Asia Open, and the VOD got nuked. The VOD got deleted because of like copyright stuff. So I didn't get to watch it, unfortunately. And that's why there's nothing on the channel about it. Well, no, there was English commentary on it, so I would have done maybe like synopsis of it. Also, Pineapple, how are you doing today? Good to see you. So is going to block with that Kuzan on the 7K swing from the Zoro to bring back the Burgess. The Burgess, I believe, is plus 4,000 power, going to be a 9,000 power body onto the field. So Luffy still has about 7 Dawn, I think, to work with. Seven Dawn. What do you do with the 7 Dawn at this point? If you have another Rush Luffy, do you play that down? Do you play a Sanji Pudding? Bring Zoro Sanji, Niblo. I like Zoro Sanji. I think it's a cool deck. Good luck, by the way. Yes, Aaron. In Asia, you're allowed to play with English cards. You're allowed to mix your deck, which is why he's playing with the Dodger Luffy leader. What's up, Tony? So swings 9 at lead. Just trying to get him down to 0, I think. What do you play on this 3? Do you just leave it up for like Gum Gum Giant or something? Yeah, I guess he's leaving it up for Gum Gum Giant. I guess like there's a possibility that like he could try to swing out for game at this point because you put him on the ropes a little bit. But you can honestly, I mean, you can KO the Zoro Juro, maybe like play the 10 drop and just filter your hand for like counter, which no counter on this. Just a 5 drop Kuzan. But I guess if he has Rush Luffy, he would be pretty good, right? Yeah, but I like Zoro Sanji more than Red Purple Luffy. So that's why I said that. I don't know if it's better or worse, but I just like it more. So let's see. All 10 Dawn. Do you just play 10 drop right here? Maybe you just like swing face and then you play 10 drop. Yeah, swing an 8. You don't have to clear the Zoro Juro because 10 drop negates the Zoro Juro anyways. Oh, I wonder if he is going to try to win this turn. There is a lot of cards in this green purple Luffy's hand. Holy smokes. There's a lot of cards in that hand, chat. I would be scared if I was going for game. Takes this life. Now has to counter. I think he's trying to bait lethal. It's just going to 2K out of that with that Uso Hachi. And goes ahead with 10 drop. Uses the Kuzan. I think has 5 cards in hand. It's really interesting. Wassilage. Hopefully I said that right. Shrike, how you doing? Yeah, if he drops the Rush Luffy, you could lose right here. I think he's just hoping that he doesn't have the secret rare Luffy. He does have the secret rare Luffy in hand. Yeah, he's cooked. He's cooked. Green purple Luffy's got this. Because you're at all 10 Dawn. You do 6 for the Luffy. You have 4 Dawn left. You use leader effect. You restand 2. So you have 6 Dawn in total. You save 2 for the swing on the 6 cost Rush Luffy to be able to swing with it twice. So is going to play that Luffy down onto the field. Is going to go ahead, use that leader effect to have 6 Dawn left and just scoops it up. Says you got it. Yep. Does that. Green purple Luffy win in round 5. The Dodgers Luffy. But what do I think becomes BDIF if blue purple Luffy gets banned? I want to say like Zoro. I think I want to say Zoro, green Zoro. I don't know. Green purple Luffy's pretty good. I think that's a really tough question. I think like the answer to that is really just dependent on what else gets banned. You know? I don't know if he could have guarded that. He would have, I think he just didn't have enough counter in hand. Like what probably happened, because like with so you have 4 Dawn to work with if you're going to swing with that Luffy twice. So what's the best math as a 6 and 7K? You go like 7, 10, 10, or you could go 8, 9, 9, 8, 9, 9. I don't think he could have gotten through 8, 9, 9 with how fast he scooped it up. Yo, what up, Kintro Pierce? How are you? What are your thoughts on Purple Cat with PRB02 Pudding coming out? I don't fully know what that card does, so I can't say for sure. But I do have a video coming out soon, chat, about the PRB02 cards. So if you want to see where the PRB02 cards are falling in what decks and what those decks look like in the first week of PRB02 coming out in Japan, make sure to subscribe on YouTube. We are watching the Hong Kong Grand Asia Open. This is an event that happened this past weekend, and they did have this. If you want to watch this for yourself on YouTube, you don't want to hear me yap, you don't want to hear me talk and rabble and interact with you guys while we're streaming, the link to the stream is in the pinned messages on both Twitch and YouTube, and also it's linked in the description below on YouTube. If you're watching as well, make sure to please follow the channel. It helps us out a lot. Dr. Kaba and Silfarian, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Support is very nice. We're getting close on 20K subscribers on YouTube chat, and half of you that watch my videos don't subscribe to the channel. So subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I think the ban list announcement is going to be next weekend. I don't know exactly what day it is. Like, I don't know if it's going to be at the beginning of Card Fest or One Piece Day, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's going to be at the beginning or the end. Last year, I think they did it at the end. They've usually always done it at the end of the tournaments. When they announce the ban list, it's always after the tournament concludes. So my assumption is that they do that again. But there's no official word on when. They're just announcing it at One Piece Day, but we don't know when they're going to do it during One Piece Day. But my assumption is they'll do it at the end. Hey, thankful for you, Dizzy. Thank you. You'll be on. This is the second time I'll be on a cruise when the ban list is coming out, which isn't a lot, but it's shocking that it's happened twice. Oh, wait, yeah, is the emu, wait, hold on. There's an easy way to fix this, chat. There's an easy way to know for sure. Also, Kai put out a banger video today. I need to watch that later. I haven't watched it yet. Did we live streamed it, I'm pretty sure. It was this one, right? I think it was this one. This is the oops, you guys can't really see that. Hold on. Let me adjust this for you. So they said that the 16th was going to be this championship right here. Where was the talk of the ban list? Was that last tournament? Maybe that was last tournament. Oh, no. It was this tournament. Oops. Yeah, August. It just says in August 25. So we don't actually know. So apologies, chat. We don't actually know when the ban list is going to be announced. We just know that it is coming in the month. But I think the assumption is that they're going to do it during One Piece Day. That is the assumption. The next game should be in a second whenever I want to put it on Synergetic. I'm just watching the VOD. I like to talk to you guys in between matches. Dawn stops at 8 now. Yeah. Bandai should ban the 9 and 10 Dawn. You're only allowed 8 Dawn in your deck. That's a good take. That's a good take. Oh, yeah, that pudding. Yeah. I like that pudding. I like that pudding a lot. I really like that pudding in Purple Katakuri. No, they have only said that at least from what I understand from translating their stream, because I'm not fluent in Japanese, I think that they've just said, oh, Fishman Zoro chat. Let me go back a little bit. Oh, this is a Sanji chat. What the heck? What is this? What was I going to say? I think the assumption is going to be on the 8th, but actually looking at that, because they have the championship on the 16th, I feel like it's going to be that weekend, the championship of the 16th. But One Piece Day is happening next weekend, which I guess it could happen then. We just don't know. That's the assumption. I think people are just hoping that it happens sooner rather than later. But I don't think there's any official word. Chat, if you do not know Sanji, one of my favorite decks in OP12, it's in this round. Very excited about that. All right, let me go in. The Zoro starting out with the Perona going first. I don't really know how this matchup goes, to be honest. I think it might be fine for Sanji. I don't know if it's great. Your 3-cost Sanjis get rested, and you have to protect them. So that's the biggest thing that I'm curious about. Yo, what up, JK? So is off of this Let's Crash This Wedding. Find the Boof Burst. The Boof Burst, a great card to have in this deck. It's basically the new version of Sanji's Pilaf. This is one of the things that I'm curious about. I'm curious if he's going to use Leader Effect. So chat, Sanji, if you do not know, has 2 effects. Activate main, Dawn -1. You can play a 3-cost or less Straw Hat Crew type event from your hand. And when attacking, if you're tied or behind on Dawn, you can go ahead and re-ramp a Dawn rested. So this is a little 1-drop blocker, I believe. Carne. Yeah, if you have 4 or more events in trash, it is a blocker. Only having 1 event right now, so it does not gain blocker. But is going to counter out of the leader swing with a Kaya. So Perona grabbing a Tashigi. This is going to be a household matchup. You on Zoro, your wife on Sanji. I love the Sanji deck. It's one of my favorites to play in 12. Is going to end off the turn with a Hiyori. The Hiyori going to grab a Kuina, just really balancing out the hand, right? Just trying to find different pieces of the puzzle, right? The Kuina is going to be really nice for the Carne, and also the Tashigi is going to be really nice for anything else that comes out on the field, like the Sanji or maybe like an early Reiju, right? We saw Sanji in the Hiroshima Japan Championships have 2 of the same deck in the top 16. So with the Boof Burst on the leader effect is going to Dawn -1 to be able to draw, and then Let's Crash This Wedding, just doing a ton of searching on their own. Still has 2 Dawn left to work with. Is going to look through this top 5 to find an event. Could find like another Boof Burst to grab. I think the one thing that you need to think about soon is like putting bodies on the field to interact. And there's that Boof Burst. Yeah, I appreciate that, JK. I was going to plug the video at the end of the stream, but I appreciate you doing that for me. Chat, I put out a Blue Purple Sanji video on stream today. This deck list is a little bit different because this is running the 1-drop blocker Carnes. But with the 6K swing, taking out the Hiyori, is going to go ahead, play the Tashigi to rest one of the Carnes. It's basically like a free block almost. And use Concassere to rest 1 Dawn and get plus 4,000 power. Chat, that's one of the new 1-drop events for the Sanji deck that come out in 12. Concassere, a great card to be able to either draw 1 on your main phase or plus 4,000 counter on your counter phase. Definitely the plus 4,000 counters good in this matchup. And there's the Concassere being able to draw 1 card. And then leader effect being a Boof Burst to draw 2 more, so you can see how much draw potentially this has. We see the Red Rock in the hand. So I think is that 6 events? I know, I'm cheering for Sanji too, Nubara. Also, how are you? I mean, searching's good. Why not just search and set up? Yeah, 6 events. So here's 7. This event, chat, Luffy will be king the pirates, is so nice. Looking at the top 3, and you can grab anything in the top 3, and you don't have to reveal it. It's an excellent event for this deck. So ended up grabbing a Jozu. Jozu was a really cool card that we saw in the Hiroshima, Japan Championship be able to be used to pick up your different 1-drops like Pudding or Kaya and establish and get some removal on the board. Might be thinking about playing Jozu in this next turn to remove this Tashigi. And so is going to take this 5K swing, potentially a trigger. Might be a trigger to rest a body. And it is going to be Arlong. Arlong going to be resting the Carne. Nice trigger. This is definitely a Fishman build of Zoro. Playing Vanderdecken, Arlong, Hachan. I don't think they play Kami searches, but is going to use Boof Burst to draw 2 cards. Just hard playing that. And another Luffy will be king the Pirates event. That should be 9 events in the trash, I think. Yeah, 9 events. Maybe just waiting to play the Sanji until the Sanji is like boofed up like 8,000, you know? So swings the Perona, now swings at lead. Probably playing a Dracula Mihawk right now if they're on the even curve. Tashigi comes in, grabs the KO. Oh, Hody Jones, I'm sorry. Oh, no, they're at 7 Dawn. They're on the odd curve. Sanji's on the even curve. Claiming that life 2, going down to 2. Hey, thank you, Nubara. I appreciate that. I try. So now going into Sanji's turn. Is going to start off playing the Sanjis, a double duo of them. Sanji gaining 1,000 power for every 5 events in trash. Is going to be nice after a Hody Jones is played, right? Because you're probably not really expecting another Hody Jones in back-to-back turns, you know? And so now playing a Luffy will be king of the Pirates is going to grab a card. I don't know what that card was because they don't have to reveal it. Is going to be the 10th event card in the trash. So the Sanji's now at 7,000 power. Going to be really nice to be able to counter out and keep these Sanjis alive if the Zoro decides to rest and swing at them for the leader effect. So swings 5 at lead, is going to re-ramp, counter out of the Vanderdecken, and a Carne comes down. Because there's more than 4 events in trash, is going to gain blocker. Nice little chum blocker in the mid to late game for the Sanji deck. We see Zoro now. Plays the Tashigi, is going to rest the Carne, right? Gives 3 Dawn, is going to swing at that Carne. We'll see if he has like a 9-sword style. Ooh, plays Kuina to swing at the Sanji, and with 6 Dawn attached, it's going to be tough to keep the Sanji alive, right? Either through the leader swing or the Hody Jones and Tashigi. Because I think both, yeah, Tashigi going to be able to swing at the Sanji because Sanji is only 7,000 power. Is going to go ahead swing at that Sanji. So the real question is, how much do you want to counter out of this swing, right? The more you counter out deters more at face. You're definitely taking 1 life from the Zoro leader. So is going to just let that KO happen. Now has to defend against 3 swings. Does have a lot of different counter events that they can utilize to be able to get out of these swings, right? Like a 0-cost Gum Gum Jet Gatling or a Gum Gum Rain could be able to get out of this one. You could use Gum Gum Giant to get out of Hody Jones, but takes the first one. Now Gum Gum Giant comes in. Another, that's going to be 12 events total in the trash. And Zoro swinging lead. Yeah, it's going to be taking and going down to 0. Yeah, I think Zoro's in a really good spot right now, unfortunately, for me. Hey, thank you so much, Wasilage is what I'm going to say. Has a healthy hand size, right, of 8, quick math. Could still see something like a Reiju blocker come in, but Demonic 9-sword style, you got to get rid of the Kuina. So is going to play a Reiju. Reiju is going to be a 9-cost, 7,000 power blocker on the field, so a very respectable blocker, but can still get rested from Dead Man's Game. I think they just did a Dawn -1, presumably for an event, but I don't know what event they're using. Oh, they're using, I can't remember what this event is called, Chad, but it minuses 4,000 power on a body. So the Hody Jones going down to 5,000, no, 4,000 power is going to be at 13 events in the trash. I don't think you can get to 15. I think is going to be at 13. It might be 14. Bro Chet Blow, thank you, internet. I appreciate that. Also, I hope you're having a good day. Bro Chet Blow, yeah. So is going to swing the Sanji at the minus Hody Jones, I believe. 6K is going to force a 2K, 1K out. Unless he did it on the Tashigi. No, he swung it at the Tashigi, I think. Yeah, he Bro Chet blowed the Tashigi. And so got that KO. And so with the Kuina, I think you definitely... Oh, it's minus 3K? Thank you for the correction. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know how Sanji lives here. Sanji does have a lot of counter events, right? So there is reason to believe that Sanji could survive on this turn, but it feels like you're going to lose a lot. So you have to have the right stuff. Like you have to have a Gum Gum Rain here, which oh no, just use 2K, 1K. This could be like a Gum Gum Giant right here. So is going to do exactly that. Draw 2. Could be nice, could be more counter events. And so I think that's 15. I think the Sanji is 8,000 power now on the character. Still has the Reijua, but with the swing 15 at lead, right, with the leader effect, they have to either counter out or block. And if they block, then that means that the Zoro will restand and go to lead. So is going to swing what looks like 9,000 power, and he's going to say, you got it. Zoro ended up winning that one. Dang, unfortunate. Really love to see the Sanji. But yeah, I think Sanji is missing a little... Whoa, why do we zoom in so much? I think Sanji is missing a little bit. I think Sanji just needs a little bit more to be broken, right? Chad, that was round 6. The Zoro did, Danny. The Zoro did. Or Denny. I have like 3 friends here in Las Vegas that are named Danny. Yeah, I think it can work against some decks when you do so much searching, but I think against Zoro specifically, when like with the interaction with your Reiju blocker is so good. I don't know. I wonder if Jozu was ever like a good play in there. But you never want a Jozu for like to put back Tashigi. So I don't know. Yeah, Dean. I am, though, going to go to the bathroom real quick, chat. It is round 6. We've got 4 rounds to go. I'll be right back. Hold on to your butts. And I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm also going to play advertisements right now while I go to the bathroom, so then you guys don't get advertisements in the middle of the rounds. I'm back. You know what I should do, chat? I should put this up here and put the round number that we're watching. That's a good idea. I'm going to do that. Cheap locked leader, King Gun style for Sanji or Beer Luffy. Well, Sanji has a couple leader locked cards. Yo, what up, hi? How you doing today? Also, chat, if you like the stream, if you're enjoying the content, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe or that follow button. Helps other people be able to find the channel and supports us. We're going through the Grand Asia Open, chat, as this was streamed over the weekend. I think it's the last event being streamed that is OP12. Yo, hi, thank you so much for joining. It's the last weekend before PRBO2 becomes legal. And if you want to watch it, I lost my train of thought. If you want to watch the official stream for your own, I do have it linked in the pinned messages on both Twitch and YouTube, as well as in the description. So you can tune into that and support the official channel, because I don't own any of the content that we're watching. Where do you make your proxies? I use Eggman's website. Mostly because Eggman also has like Gundam and Riftbound and stuff like that proxy-wise. I think you can do it on Cardi Kaizoku's website too, which is good. I have made some proxies on Cardi Kaizoku's website. So Luffy here, Blue Purple Luffy versus Zoro, is going to be playing a Doflamingo blocker, something that's very on and off, I feel like, in these Blue Purple Luffy decks, but can be nice in these early game turns to set up some things, especially try to have some consistency to find ramp in the deck for the future turns. So it is going to start off with that Doflamingo from OP01. What do you think of the matchup of Koala versus Zoro? I don't know. I feel like Koala just struggles. I don't think Koala's that great. Meta matchup here. Yes, this is a pretty meta matchup. Especially if Blue Purple Luffy doesn't get banned in OP12 out here in the West. It's one that you're going to want to know. So starts off with the God Thread to KO the Kuina. Interesting. But you have to play the God Thread, right? You have to play the God Thread because you need the ramp. So now Luffy just swinging 6k lead. It feels bad to use it on the Kuina, but it is what it is. You need the ramp at this point. So 6 Dawn for the Zoro is going to play a Cavendish and Tashigi combo. So if there's back-to-back God Threads, not going to be able to remove the Cavendish. Tashigi just so good to protect these bodies that you've got in the Zoro deck. And so now at 8 Dawn, I believe, for the Blue Purple Luffy is going to go ahead, swing 7. And go ahead with Nami. Nami going to be able to draw 3 and top or bottom deck 2. Looks like leaves 2 on the top and passing off the turn, leaving 2 Dawn open. I don't know, JK, if I'll do the Philip. I'll probably at least, well, it depends. I don't know if their stream's in English or not. It all depends. I probably won't do it live, but if it's not in English and there's a stream, if there is one, if it's not in English, I'll do it as a like live stream like this, but not like live while the tournament's happening probably. So now swings 8 at lead, takes that KO on the Nami after resting it through Tashigi, is going to go ahead Zoro to be able to restand some Dawn, swing another 8. And what do you do off the 3 on the rest of this? Do you play like you don't play the restand event, right? So is going to take that life, is going to use the restand event, is just going to get really aggressive on this Luffy and swing again 8,000 power, 2K, 1K going to 9. And now leader effect. Oh, was there a stream for it? JK, can you like put it in our Discord if you can? I'm sure I can find it, but I didn't know that there was a stream already. Oh, did Batsu get the PRBO2 cards in? I know that he was working on doing that last night, I think it was. He works so hard for a guy that does not need to work as hard as he does. I appreciate him so much. So grabs a Gum Gum Giant off of that. Now at a full 10 Dawn. Can somebody link me the VOD in our Discord server or in chat right now, by the way? Is going to go the 9-drop Luffy off of the Sanji. So is going to go ahead, try to really KO this this Cavendish, but no. 2K, 2K, 1K to save that Cavendish. Really prioritizing that. Hody Jones going to be resting the Dawn, and the Sanji is more than likely going to swing out for game at this point. Is going to use Cavendish, restand 2 and swing 6. No Dawn up, just the cards in hand. One of them is a dead card, and the Hody Jones just netting 1 case, and the swing on the Tashigi takes the win. Dang. Great game for the Zoro. Also a really quick game. Also, Ray Bear, what's going on? How are you, friend? I mean, that's why one of the reasons that Zoro is so good, chat. Oh, you sent it? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for posting that in our Discord. And chat, if you want to join our Discord, thank you for the segue, JK. If you want to join the Discord as well, on Twitch, you could do !Discord as a command, and on YouTube, you can join with the link in the description below. Yeah, he was super aggressive. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he would use the restand event on that turn, but really just thought about like, okay, I have the Hody Jones in hand for the next turn, so I'll go ahead, tap out my Dawn, like using this event and swing multiple times to then like have a finishing blow on the next turn. That was really good. That was really good for that Zoro. Kind of like really knowing the matchup too. That's a big thing. Like he knew the matchup for sure. And I'm sure the Luffy did as well, but just like when you got your curve, right? I feel like the most interesting play of that all, though, was the Kuina. Because the Kuina felt really weird, but it worked out really, really well. Because it forced the God Thread on the Kuina instead of the 3-drop Tashigi. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's really good if you have multiple in hand. All right, chat. We're going to round 8. I think there's 10 rounds total. So most of the way through this tournament. What are Zoro's bad matchups? I think one of the bad matchups like could be something like Rayleigh, because I think Rayleigh, just because you could get like rushed down faster than you can remove, right? Especially if Rayleigh sees like the 1-drop Buggy, the 4-drop Luffy into 3-drop Sanji, you know, all the searching in the world. And then that one counter event, that 1 0-cost event that like minuses 1,000 power on your opponent's entire board. Yellow Kid, also probably up there. Is UP a bad matchup for Zoro? I guess it could be, right? Because like Zoro is relatively a slower deck. So like UP maximizes on that with all the like, you know, Sanji, Lin, Katakuri, all that stuff in a bag of chips. I could see Yellow Kid being a bad matchup, right? The life burn. Anel is his lowest matchup according to the sim. So yellow, yeah, just yellow. Probably anything that can like burn life or heal. Also, Bren, how you doing? It's good to see you. Oh yeah, this was like the long break. This was like the 45-minute break in the live stream because that match was so fast. It's barely a bad matchup, but it is one for sure. Yeah, I mean, sometimes all it needs to be is just like a couple percentage points and it's a bad matchup. But honestly, like sometimes in like if you're losing or if you're only winning like 45 to 50% of the time, I still feel like pretty okay on that matchup. It's when you get to like the 45 to 40% win rate is when it's like, yeah, bad matchup for sure. Hey, I'm glad you're doing good. It's good to see you. Oh, they're showing off the Grand Asia Open trophies in Hong Kong. I'm ready to eat lunch, chat. I packed a lunch today, some leftovers that my girlfriend made. Chef's kiss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because, like, you don't really want to swing at the Basil Hawkins, right? You don't, like, really want to swing into that because then you burn life. You don't want to swing into, like, the Kuma. The Kuma gains cost, so it's even harder for you to swing at, right? You have to use something like Dead Man's Game or Hody Jones, and it would heal them a life, which is tough. And it's really hard to swing over the, like, 8-drop kid, you know? 8-drop kid, 7-drop Zoro, or Law, 7-drop Law. It's probably hard to swing over those bodies at a certain point. Because the Law is 9,000 power, the kid is 9,000 power. Like 7's like Kuma, you can maybe swing over. Oh, was that the top cut? Or the undefeateds left? Let me... Oh, I can see one of them, chat. Bello Betty. My mouse is gone again. Oh, well. I got to deal with it. I mean, I can't read any of that. So, chat, if you can read this, I think this is the amount of... is this the amount of undefeateds? This feels like a lot. Or is this... Oh, Tashigi Rest base cost, so you can actually get the Kuma. Let me get back to the match. Yeah, this is Hong Kong, so it's Chinese. Yeah. Still, I mean, I can't read that. But I know the one with 2 is kid. Yo, what up, Q? How are you? It's probably 15 blue, purple Luffy if I had to take a guess. I like that they just wrote out Betty. I know a minuscule amount of Japanese, and it's not even like an impressive amount. It is just a minuscule. Like I can read the names in Japanese. I can't read the colors because I don't know the kanji. I don't know the colors in kanji, but I know how to read the names in like hiragana and katakana. That's like all of Japanese that I know. I probably have the reading level of like a preschooler. No, not even that. It's lower than that. It's lower than that for sure. Yeah, Kuma is really tough in the Zoro matchup because it has that double heal potential with the on KO. So it's almost like you don't want to swing at it. Minuscule is a French word? Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, like it gets me buying some stuff. And like I'm able to read some things. I don't always know what they say, but I could like say it out loud if there's no kanji in it. And there's some kanji that I know, but kanji's really difficult. But I will say, if you want to learn another language, don't use Duolingo. Like, if you want to learn another language seriously, don't use Duolingo. Use other outlets. I only use Duolingo right now. But I'm starting to look into, and I have a friend who knows Japanese and is fluent in Japanese. He lives in Australia. He's a good buddy of mine. He's given me some resources to be able to, if I want to take that next step in learning, take it much more seriously. It just stinks because, like, I feel like in other languages, like in other countries, like Europe or Japan or something, there's a much bigger emphasis to, like, learn another language, especially when you're young. Where in English, there's not really an emphasis, I feel like. Because in college, I had a bunch of teammates from like Europe, Africa, South America. You know, they all like took classes in school. And it was very serious to like learn English or like another language. But like for me, I'm not going to say I grew up in like a private, you know, pish posh kind of school, but like I grew up in a decent school in like middle school, high school stuff. There was no emphasis really. Like it was just the minimum. But in this round, chat, round 8, looks like it's going to be another black purple Luffy. Black purple Luffy against blue purple Luffy, I think is favored for black purple Luffy. And we saw this matchup earlier on the day, so we'll see if black purple Luffy can overcome this matchup. Oh, yellow Bonnie could be really cool. I agree. Yeah, like the emphasis in English is just, or the emphasis in America is just not there, which is so sad because I would love to know another language. But I wish I would have learned early when my brain was, you know, because like if you want to teach like another language to a child, you need to, it's like really beneficial to teach them when they're like really young because their brain is better at developing with that language, if that makes sense. Linguistics is so interesting. You had to learn 2 to 3 languages at school. That's crazy. I didn't have a requirement to learn a language until I was like 15. And then I only had to do it for like 3 years. And so it looks like blue purple Luffy starting off first has the new Shanks PRBO2 Dawn, chat. I love that Dawn. I pulled one. I bought a box the other day and I just opened it with my girlfriend. And I got one of those Dawn. It looks so good. Even non-hollow looks great. Ooh, this guy's got gold PRBO2 Dawn. That Yamato right there. Black purple Luffy not having any one-drop laws or anything to do some searching. Ooh, a One Piece Day Dawn. I just like looking at everybody's Dawn chat. Ooh, it's to die for. That's an event that we haven't really seen in a while since the start of OP11 index. Has the ability to ramp potentially to Dawn, depending on if there is a 6,000 power or more character on the field. But for now, just going to be ramping that 1 Dawn, really all you need. The black-purple Luffy, though, getting that Zoro Juro, is going to be able to ramp a Dawn, has 3 more active right there. Could just like swing 8K at lead right here with this Luffy. And that Zoro is going to be a +1 cost. Potentially a God Thread coming down, right, to get rid of that Zoro. I keep wanting to say Zoro Juro, but it's just Zoro. That's a 3-drop Zoro in black-purple Luffy that ramps. So the blue Luffy swinging 6K at lead. $6K at lead. Going to be a 2K to get out of it. Maybe if he has like a Robin in hand. Or maybe like Usohachi. Use that to get out of this turn. Out of this swing. But no, takes it instead. And is going to use a Red Rock to get rid of it. You like seeing Red Rock over God Thread, right? Because of the ramp. I mean, either way, blue-purple Luffy wouldn't be able to use leader effect next turn because they hit the odd curve. But you like seeing Red Rock more. And so does come down with the Drink Luffy. Going to be nice. And with the ramp on the Drink Luffy, that black-purple Luffy is going to be 7,000 power now. Probably going to be swinging at least 8 on this to get that +1 on the Drink Luffy to avoid a Linlin removal. And it is going to be potentially a trigger. Thinking about the Dawn that they have, if they need to use it, is at 6 Dawn. So probably is like a ramp 1 kind of trigger. Not very impactful. Yeah, doing a Red Rock on a 3-cost hurts. Because you'd love a Red Rock on this Luffy right now. So plays the 8-cost Katakuri, does pass, goes to 9 Dawn right at the end of turn phase. The Luffy right now, honestly looking kind of good, I think, at this point. Put the blue-purple Luffy down to 1. You've got 9 Dawn total, I think, right now to work with. And you're going to be a 7K leader. I think black-purple's in the driver's seat. Especially with blue-purple Luffy missing the ramp. Is going to go ahead with a 9-cost Rush Luffy. So is going to... Did he only put 1 Dawn back? I think he'll... Oh, because he's going to use the Luffy, the Drink Luffy effect. That makes sense. So he is gonna Dawn -1 to get the rush and draw 1 off the 9-cost Luffy, and then use leader effect alongside the Drink Luffy. So a 2K out of that swing is going to put him up to 8. Another 8K swing coming in from the leader is going to be nice to be able to keep these bodies on field. Is going to go ahead, block, and 2K out of that. And now the Luffy coming in and putting him down to 0. Blue-purple Luffy now getting the leader effect going off. We'll see what he does here. Hard to see what's in this stack. Can't tell. I'm moving my head as if it's going to make a difference of what I see, which is not, chat. Fun fact. What do you got in this hand? Is that a Thunder Bagua? No, what is that event? That wasn't a Gum Gum Giant. That wasn't a God Thread. I don't think it was It's to Die For either. Is that a black bug? What was that event? Show it to me. Did anybody else see that? I think he's in a tough spot, to be honest. But I don't think he's in a terrible spot. Is going to grab gear 2. Bottom deck the rest of it, so a blind stack now. Is going to be at a full 10 Dawn. We'll see if he can stabilize off of this. If he plays a Sanji Linlin combo, which would be a blind flip into Linlin. He could just play a raw Linlin just to heal 1. You wouldn't be able to remove anything. It ends up going 9,000 power at the Drink Luffy. No Dawn up, so can't use Gum Gum Giant to be able to protect this in this turn. Do you counter out? You counter out if you can, right? You counter out and then you force them to either attach a ton of Dawn and swing at the Luffy or leave the Luffy alone. $2K, $1K getting out of that swing is going to go ahead and play a 5-drop Nami to be able to look at that top 3, especially because they bottom deck their stack on the leader effect. These 3 cards unknown until this draw, kind of setting up future turns, maybe filtering out the hand. Maybe trying to filter out the hand of dead cards, right? Because you imagine that he could like swing for the fences right here. Try cheers, Luffy. I'll try that, toots. Also, I hope you're having a good day. I don't know if I can say beer, Luffy. I just don't know if he's actually drinking beer. Because I haven't, fun fact chat, I haven't watched One Piece. I thought Luffy was like 16. Or maybe he is at the beginning of the series. And then obviously as time goes on, they have like the time skips, right? He's older. I don't know. And so Sanji coming in. Sanji is a card that we don't see too often anymore, I feel like, in Black Purple Luffy. I feel like ever since the starter decks came out, that card has kind of been pushed out. And especially with the OP12 Robin, right? But coming back in this list, it's going to remove this Sanji. Voodoo unfollow. I feel betrayed. I'm like, okay, fun fact chat for any lore handlers. I'll tell you after this turn. So does Gear 2 out of that first swing, still has plenty of swings and Dawn to go, is going to be another 8,000 power swing at lead. Still has the blocker Katakuri to be able to utilize. 5 Dawn left open. He's drinking a Baja Blast. You know what? Yeah, he is. He is. That's a Baja Blast. Baja Blast Luffy. I'm going to make an edit. And Gear 2's out of that as well. Now, the Luffy swing is going to go ahead, block, and Gear 2. Or I'm sorry, not Gear 2. Gum Gum Giant. Pitch away the SP Sanji to draw 2. And so 4 down now, maybe for a Frankie. Oh, is going to be a 4-drop Nami from the starter deck to pitch 1, draw 2, filter out dead cards in hand like that Sanji. Okay, so like, chat, I started playing One Piece because I thought the card game was fun. And since I've started playing One Piece, I've started watching the anime. I'm like 250 episodes in. So I'm actively watching it. I'm just nowhere near done. I literally just started Ennis Lobby. So no spoilers in chat. He drinks juice with the rest of the crew, drinks beer, Chopper drinks milk. I did know that Chopper drinks milk. I did know that. Ale makes more sense that they're pirates, but you call them cheers, Luffy. Yeah, Dean, I think it's a really tough thing to balance, like taking life or countering. Because there's an infinite amount of situations where there's not like really a clear-cut thing a lot of times. So it just takes so much practice. I know, Sean. I know. I gotta watch. I gotta watch. Yo, what's up, Madeline? If you don't have time, you can try One Piece. I actually don't. I think this Nami is in PRBO 2, right, chat? This Nami blocker? Because this is the 4-drop Nami blocker from the starter deck, and that's an alternate art. So is going to grab the Uso Hachi off the leader effect. Is going to be a nice 2K in hand. We see a Red Rock in hand, but I don't think Red Rock's really going to help you at this point. Stream your watch through, people would join. I might. The problem is I'm already like 250 episodes in. So do I like start over from the beginning or do I start where I am? You know? You've watched up to the current date. I just don't have the attention span to binge watch anymore, chat. I can't binge watch anime. I'm like 1 or 2 episodes a day at most with anime. I think this is about 10 rounds, Hydra. I think it's about 10 rounds. It's from a Judge Pack exclusive to the Asia region where the card is textured. I did not know that. Oh, I think I remember when they revealed this card and I tweeted, like, why can't English get cards like this? And then some people were mad. I think I remember that, actually. So starts off with the Katakuri swing. Looks like 2K out of it. I think swinging at the Cheers Luffy. And so Red Rock away. The 9 cost is going to leave 4 Dawn up and pass off the turn. Do you like attach 1, swing 7 at the Cheers Luffy? He's trying to control board right now. Oh, 1 pace. No. I can't, Madeline. I can't skip anything. I am watching every filler, every movie, everything. I am a completionist. Like, chat, I'm not finishing Persona 4 or Persona 3 Reload until I 100% the game. Shout out Pokemon for getting me hooked on 100%. Completionist. Do it 2 times speed? No. And chat, I also never skip the OP or the ED. Ever. I know, Donovan. The leader effect is really good. Now swinging 7,000 power, presumably at the drink Luffy. Or the Cheers Luffy, I think. Read the manga. I own 109 volumes of the English manga that I haven't read. I got it for a really good deal. So is going to Gum Gum Giant, it looks like. Gum Gum Giant for a 1K is like, ooh, spicy. Leaves 3 Dawn up. Well, the Nami is a Judge Pack reward, somebody said earlier. But I'm also like super oblivious, chat, when it comes to the card game. So like, I'm sure there's plenty of things in the card game that I just don't know about. The only thing that I think I've really been spoiled on is like Gear 5. I don't really know anything else. I'm pretty oblivious when it comes to the cards. That's going to be the EBO2 Rush Luffy alternate art from PRBO2. Going to be coming in. If they use the Luffy swinging effect, they will be able to get leader effect off. But I think the Cheers Luffy is much more important on the swing. So he's going to swing 8,000 power, I think. Yeah, early stream today. We're trying to get through 10 rounds, Hunter. Takes a long time. Oh, winner pack for 8-pack battle events. I know it's exclusive to Japan. I know this Rush Luffy looks really good. Oh yeah, late one for you in Europe. So he's going to Gum Gum Giant out of this second swing. He's going to go ahead, draw 2. Now with the Luffy, another 8K swing. Just swinging a bunch of 8s at this point. Would not surprise me maybe if with this Rush Luffy, he also swung 8. So Thunder Bagua to get out of that one. He could like block the AK swing on this rush Luffy right here and just like block 1K. It's best of one. Ooh, this is a 9,000 power swing actually, I think. So is going to block in 2K out of that. Pass off the turn with one Dawn up, presumably for a Gum Gum Giant. No, I know all of Harry Potter. I have an older sister. So I know Harry Potter. He's really got to think about this because he can't have game in this turn, but he also needs to somehow survive this next turn. Like he can't go for game, but also he needs 9-drop Linlin right now. He needs 9-drop Linlin. Sanji into Linlin would be really good. No, because that's a... No, it's always going to be -2 in hand. This is a really tough position. I think Black Purple Luffy's got this in the bag, no matter what happens. I don't know if you can, like... I don't know if you can get out of this. Yeah, this is the second time we've seen this matchup. I think the first time was in the first round, and it went Blue Purple Luffy. But the second time, it's looking pretty good for Black Purple, in my opinion. What happens? Yeah, I think Black Purple Luffy's just got this, right? Like, because even if you play the Linlin, you just don't have enough cards in hand. Because you're going to have one, you have one done up for Gum Gum Giant, but that's all that you have. And you have to Dawn -3 on that play, like Linlin, Gum Gum Giant. So it ends up drawing the Sanji. Storage, I think that the late game is really good for Blue Purple Luffy. That's why like Rush aggro decks were so good in 11, like Bello Betty, Zoro. That's why those are so good, because Blue Purple Luffy is a setup deck. And setup decks are always really good late game. Okay, so 9 cost. It is going to be a Linlin. So we're going to see if he can survive out of this, right? Pitches a dead card, puts one in life, gets rid of the Sanji. The good news is that he got rid of the Sanji, right? He was able to get rid of a body. Wait, can he? Yeah, he can, because the Sanji is a 6 cost, not a 7. Because Sanji is originally a 5 cost. So Linlin can get rid of it. You got 1 Dawn up. You have 5 in hand? Oh, yeah, I'm excited about 12. I am excited. I'm not really playing 11 anymore. I'm just playing 12 at this point. Especially for the Dallas Last Chance qualifier, and also just to play 12. Play the new cards. There's nothing... I mean, I'm playing 11 this weekend, but... I'm playing Rosinante for the Dallas Last Chance qualifier, but I think I want to play a lot of Blue Purple Sanji as well. Yeah, like, the Gum Gum Giant's a double-edged sword right here because, like, you lose leader... No, you don't lose leader effect because the 8-cost Katakuri, you still have leader effect. Never mind, I was wrong. Because you 9 Linlin and then you re-ramp the Dawn. And now Gum Gum Giant will only leave you at 8. Can you come back from this? Can you come back? I think 10 costs... No, he doesn't have 10 cost Nika. Yeah, Katakuri's really good. Katakuri's a really good card. I don't think it should be the one to get banned, but I do understand when people say that they think 8-cost Katakuri should get banned. because the card's really good. But I think Linlin's the better option for the health of the meta. Ooh, what's that?
Oh, there's shelves.
Ah.
Putting more up.
What do you do if you're black purple Luffy here? Like, what's your best play? Like, is your best play just swing big with all of these? Let's see if he uses the effect. He's not. He is using the effect. So he's going to take this life. He's still at 2, so, like, it's manageable. And he gets 2 10,000 power swings. And he gets 1 back. He's going to take the first one. So another 10,000 is just going to block with Katakuri. Can he get out of an all-in swing on the Cheers Luffy? Can he? He could technically, right? Going to swing 8,000 power using the effect to boost up the leader to 7 and says, no, you got it. I think he only had 1K counter in hand. Whoo! That was crazy. Oh, the 3-cost Dawn Resting Chopper from the starter deck. That's a cool one. Hong Kong is OP12. Yeah, Hong Kong is OP12. Go Baja Blast Luffy. Yeah, Baja Blast Luffy. That's his new name, chat. If you didn't hear, Bandai officially is calling the starter deck Luffy Baja Blast Luffy. So you have to call it that whenever you're playing. It's the new promotion with Taco Bell. Turning the mic up a little bit? Yeah, I can do that. I'll turn it up to about there. 2 notches up. Yeah, Alex. Yo, what's up, Marty? If they have 3 Gum Gum Giants in hand, could they have gotten out of that, or were they out of Dawn? They would have been only able to use 1 because they only had 1 active Dawn. Peanut Butter Luffy and OP12. I think it could be I think Black Purple Luffy could be really good if they don't hit Gum Gum Giant. Yo, Marty. Marty, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. No, I'm being satire. There's no Taco Bell collab. That was a joke. That was a joke. A funny joke. I'm going to use that a bunch. We're about to hit round 9, chat. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to please hit that follow button on Twitch or the subscribe button on YouTube. I know about half of you that watch this channel do not follow the channel. So I greatly appreciate it if you helped us out. Hi and Q, thank you so much for following the channel. Appreciate your support. Chat, we're coming up on 20,000 subscribers on YouTube soon. So every one of you is very helpful in achieving that goal. And if you like the stream, also make sure to like on YouTube as well, because it helps more people find us to help get to the 20,000. The only fast food Luffy from McDonald's. Chat, are you guys excited for that collaboration with McDonald's for One Piece? Do you think they're going to give out a card in Japan? Do you think they're going to do it? No, Hunter, you don't follow the channel. No, you shouldn't. Hey, appreciate that, Stoge. Appreciate that. I don't think that technically breaks any TOS, right? If you watch on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. It's only when you have 2 Twitch accounts, I think, that it's breaking TOS. But I think if you watch on both Twitch and YouTube, you're legal. Hey, thank you, Dean. Yeah, word of mouth is huge, in my opinion. Especially in a niche thing like the One Piece trading card game. Taco Bell is handing out alternate arts people for $100 in the drive-thru. Yeah, it would be crazy if like McDonald's, the collaboration for McDonald's did a alternate art, like an alternate leader Luffy or something, but you could buy it, but it costs like $100. Yeah, there's pros and cons to both platforms. Oh, also, Mr. Cow, thank you so much for following. Which channel on YouTube? If you type !YouTube, Jaunt, you'll be able to find it. It's Atrocious TCG. If you type Atrocious TCG into YouTube, you'll find it. Yeah, but it's that one right there. Thank you, Hunter. Appreciate it. All right, let's zoom in this VOD chat. I got my mouse back. It's so odd that the mouse keeps disappearing. How good do we think Blue Purple Sanji is? I think it's a good rogue deck. It is not meta, but I think in terms of the possible rogue decks that you can play, I think it's one of the better ones. Fix the tab in your bio. It links to a 404 page. Wait, what tab? DM it to me in Discord, Hunter. There's a lot of stuff on, especially on the Twitch side, that's very outdated that I need to clean up. I don't know if I would say that Blue Yellow Luffy is not meta. It's probably playable, but it's not meta. Oh, I understand that, Dean. That's how I am in Gundam right now. I'm not really buying singles. Gundam's also like really expensive right out of the gate. All right. Ooh, it's a rematch, chat. I think this is the same black purple Luffy player. Yeah, because he's got the super glossy, weird sleeves on his main deck. Rosinante with clown makeup like Ronald McDonald. That would be interesting. I'd be curious about that. Is Blue Purple Luffy going first or second? I wonder if it is triple sleeved. That's a good point, Victor. Thank you, Hunter. I'll try to look at it after stream. Oh, wait. No, this isn't the same Blue Purple Luffy, but he's got the same Dawn sleeves. I wonder if they're on the same team. Oh, James, JCM, have you seen his collection? He might not be able to ult 2 TCGs. He can play 2 TCGs. He's playing the Asuki TCG because he works with the team, right? So he's playing that. Although I'm sure he gets a ton of product for free. I can play multiple TCGs. I just can't buy alternate arts for multiple TCGs. Yeah, it looks like a triple sleeve deck. I don't know. Maybe in the West they do, but I think in Asia you can. The Baja Blast Luffy is the starter deck Luffy where he's holding up the drink. That's the Baja Blast Luffy. I do not. Let me tell you, Chad, if you want to make money, don't do what I'm doing. If you want to make money, don't do what I'm doing. I'm not making a lot of money. I promise. All right. The VOD is very choppy. Holy moly. Starts out with the when you're at sea, you fight pirates. It looks like they had some connection issues at this point in the stream. Finds a Rush Luffy, PRBO2, EBO2 Rush Luffy. He's going to pass off the turn to the blue purple Luffy. I'll try to focus on commentating this for you, chat. is going to swing 6,000 power at lead. It's going to take the first life. And then play the Gear 2. Gear 2 is going to be a nice start to be able to ramp. And the blue or the black purple Luffy got to go to 4 Dawn. And so is going to play that Zoro, that 3-cost Zoro, is going to be able to ramp you right up to 5 Dawn. And now you've got 3 active Dawn. Probably going to be an 8K at lead, I would think. So an 8K at lead coming in. Blue purple Luffy taking that first life. Going to be going to 6 on this. We'll see if there's a God Thread, right? We saw last game there was a Red Rock, but God Thread would be a lot better at this stage. So he's just going to swing 6,000 power at lead. Oh, it looks like we've gotten back to normal frame rates. Is going to take that, go down to 2, and another Red Rock. So that's 2 straight games that we've seen Red Rocks on the 3-cost Zoro. I don't know in English. I mean, you can double sleeve cards in English, but I don't know if in the Eastern Hemisphere they have different rules, because they have different rules on a lot of things. Like in Asia, you can play with English cards. You can mix English and Japanese cards, but in the West, you can't do that. But no, you can't use Japanese Dawn in the West. In the West, you can't. I've tried. God Thread KOs a 5-cost or less, and then ramps you an active Dawn. Yeah, as Victor's saying. Yeah, like it's weird because we've seen Red Rocks from this game and last game, which you would think, as you're saying, Stoge, that it would probably be used for the Baja Blast Luffy. But maybe it's just more valuable to like use it. Maybe if you don't have like God Thread, it's still valuable to use it, so then that's less swings coming at you. So 6K swing at lead is going to counter out of that. It's very popular to double sleeve in Japan, I feel like, at least from the games that we watch. So is going to go ahead with a rush Luffy, just do a 7K poke right here. Yes, yeah. Yeah, JL. We were talking about it earlier. Someone who is in Asia that watches the channel told us that you can mix. Like, I think like Asia can't mix, or I should say like Japan and like Hong Kong and stuff can't mix Chinese and Korean. I think it was. But anyways. It's different rules than the West, all in all. So now is just going to attach all the Dawn and swing at the Luffy right here. And so is maybe thinking about using like Gum Gum Jet Gatling potentially? You can't use Gum Gum Giant. No, Victor, that's the new PRBO2 alternate Luffy. That's the SP in the set. For this tournament, because technically PRBO2 released before this tournament, they allowed alternate arts of the cards in the card pool. Not necessarily, they didn't allow PRBO2 unique cards like the Bonnie, the Ace, stuff like that. They only allowed like the alternate arts of those PRBO2 cards that are being reprinted. It's not a 15K. I think it was a 14K, but ended up swinging at that, getting rid of it. Definitely not a good start, I think, if you're blue purple Luffy. I think you would have rather had something else other than that on the turn. No, PRBO2 is only in like Japan right now. We're going to be getting it in a couple months. Is it in October, chat? In the West? Plays the 9-cost rush Luffy. Takes that first life. Is just going to play Trafalgar Law to do some searching. Maybe a little worried about a big swing at this rush Luffy right here. We don't know officially, Ryzune, when the ban list is happening. We just know it's in August, but the safe assumption is either One Piece Day or the tournament that they have on the 16th. That's the assumption. But it's like 2 pretty good weekends. I think personally it's going to be the weekend of the 16th. And it'll be at the end of the tournament. But there's no official day. It's just August. You heard it's September, quarter 3, if you remember. I can't remember if it's September or October. So I don't know. Yeah, BP, I think, is like Rush Luffy. The 9-drop Luffy is really good in BP. Like, you get to be able to replace the card from your hand, right? So you're net 0 on playing that card, but also you get to reuse leader effect to be able to get an active Dawn back, and you could potentially have like 2 active Dawn after playing a 9-cost. I think it's really good in Blue Purple Luffy. Or, I'm sorry, Black Purple Luffy. Oh, you're saying Blue Purple Luffy needs Rush Luffy. I don't know. I think it's good. But yeah, I don't know. Yo, what up, Ratchet Live? Oh, October 7th is when the pre-order shipping states for PRBO2 in the West. I think it's pretty, like, safe to say. Yeah, it's very optional in Blue Purple. Yeah, I think PRBO2 releases in October. It's early October, so it's not that far in. Ooh, grabs a Red Rock off the leader effect. Maybe we see another Red Rock? Could we see another Red Rock right here? Play it. Play it. Do it. Do it. Is he going to do it, chat? You think? If you grab it, you're definitely playing it, right? Is going to swing 8,000 power at lead. Still a 5,000 power leader. No Dawn up for Gum Gum Giant to get out of a 9. So takes that life. Yeah, Red Rock bottom decking it. Leaves 2 Dawn up. Is the Blue Purple Luffy in a weirdly good spot? It's a better spot than I think last game, I think. Oddly enough. I don't have an SP Boa. Sorry, John. He has not played a single character yet. No, Blue Purple Luffy has not played a single character. They played 2 Red Rocks. They played did they play Instant Die For in this game? But no, they haven't played a character yet. They've just jammed Dawn on a character and played Red Rock. Or jammed Dawn on the leader and played Red Rock. Yeah, Mushmak, but you also don't have anything good on the field right now. And you're also at 1 life. It's 1 life each at this point. So there's the Baja Blast Luffy chat. Is going to go ahead and use that Baja Blast effect to be a 7K leader. Now swings 8,000 power at lead. Is going to Thunder Bagua Okay. And with the rest of it on play, a 4-drop blocker Nami. Pitching the Sanji, not going to be needed. Filtering out a dead card to draw 2. So now, Blue Purple Luffy going in with leader effect. Thunder Bagua is such a good card. I told you guys to buy it. Ooh, grabbing a gear 2. I wonder if his strat is just like survive. Like, get rid of these bodies on the field and survive. To buy Thunder Baguas if you don't own them. Because they're pretty good on... They're pretty good in Blue Purple Luffy. Sanji into Katakuri just passes off the turn. I think he swung 6K forgetting that the Luffy was a 7,000 power leader. It's got that new PRBO2 manga Sanji right there, chat. Look at that manga Sanji. I post videos about once a set on cards that you should buy, Stoge. If you go exclamation point. Oh wait, no, you're yeah, I have YouTube videos. If you just go to the YouTube channel, I just connected the two of you. And if anybody else wants advice, exclamation point YouTube on Twitch. Yeah, that's the starter deck Nami that draws cards. Yeah. Yeah, I just put 2 and 2 together, Stoge. You missed out on Paradise Waterfall? Well, Paradise Waterfall is like back down to $1, somebody said today. So it's still like relatively cheap. It's better than what it was when it first went up to like 5. But going ahead after playing that Rush Luffy is going to use the Drink Luffy, the Baja Blast Luffy effect to swing 8,000 power and be a 7,000 power leader. Is going to gear 2 out of that to go to 9. Now swings 8,000 power again. I think he's really threatening the EBO2 Luffy right now. He's going to take that life. Now swings 8,000 power again. No effect. Leaves 2 Dawn up. Passes the turn. And so now here's the interesting thing. If you're the Black Purple Luffy, is that you have to guard against a Sanji, a Katakuri, and a leader. With 1 blocker. 2 Dawn up and your 7,000 power. This could be really interesting. Oh yeah, it's the Onami, Nick. Yeah. I'm sorry. I think yeah, it's ST18 Onami. Yeah, it's not $5 anymore, but it's not 20 cents when I told you guys. But still, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. And honestly, like for Paradise Waterfall, like if you don't want to buy Paradise Waterfalls for Green Zoro, you don't have to play them. I know I said that they were like really good, and they are really good, but it's not a requirement to play. You can get away with not playing them. I think this Blue Purple Luffy is like 1 step away from stabilization. So no Sakazukis did well in our unbanned tournament. So I didn't grab any of their lists. But I think a lot of them were pretty similar to like what Sakazuki was before he got banned. So you could just look at the OP07 Sakazuki decks. And that's like 95% of what the decks were. No, so this tournament does not have PRBO2 cards legal. They have reprints, reprint alternate arts legal. So that's a big thing to know, Chad. Even though that's a PRBO2 SP on the table in that Rush Luffy, that 6-drop Rush Luffy from EBO2, PRBO2 cards are not legal. Like the unique cards in PRBO2. Ooh, is going to use Hell's Judgment to minus the Sanji. Ooh, get out of the swing of the Katakuri and minus the Sanji is just going to hard play Linlin. Is going to minus or get rid of the Katakuri, gain a life. Can't put the Onami in life. Right. And is going to pass off the turn. No swing on the Sanji or the leader. No, Sakazuki played them. They just lost. This is a crucial part of the game, Johnny. Oh, gosh. There we go. Okay. When you're at CU Fight Pirates event going on, find a Straw Hat Kid Pirate or Heart Pirates. I forgot the three of them. Yeah, only the alternate arts from PRBO2 are legal. And the Dawn. The Dawn and the alternate arts of already existing cards in the format are legal. Was that a one-drop law that he just grabbed? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Just going to do more searching. No, we haven't seen a green-yellow law yet, Ryzun. I'm sure there are some in this tournament, just not on the stream. Looks like is going to play that OP12 Robin. It's going to be gaining blocker, maybe. And yes, is going to be playing that new OP12 blocker Robin. Is going to force, after pitching a card, 2 cards to get out of the blue-purple Luffy's hand. And is going to get rid of a Gear 2 and another Katakuri. Is going to also gain blocker. Going to be very hard to remove. I don't know where... No. This is the what we're watching right now, Batty, is not live right now. This is a VOD that happened over the weekend. The Hong Kong Grand Asia Open happened over the weekend. If you want to watch the live stream that we're watching right now, you can check the pinned message in YouTube chat. I've got the link there for you to watch. So 2 Dawn left. You probably swing 7 and become a 7K leader, right? Like, that's guaranteed. Then you get 1 back. You have 3 active Dawn. Probably swing 8 with leader, so get the free block while you can. Now swings 8 with leader. Do you threaten the Rush Luffy 7-7? Is going to Gum Giant out of this to go to 10. Draw 2 cards. So is just going to regular swing with the Rush Luffy. No when attacking effect and give another turn to this blue-purple Luffy. This is a grindy game. The rest of his hand had to be cracked invoked. It had to be. But I mean, like, Katakuri... Is Katakuri... Is that really helping you? The Gear 2 and Katakuri is like, the combination is like, whoa, what else do you have in your hand? We know he had a 2K and Gum Giant and whatever he pitched on the Gum Giant. Yeah, I feel like you only want to hard cast Katakuri on like 8, right? So swings the Katakuri at, I think, the EBO2 Rush Luffy. Counters out 2K. Now Lin swinging at that. Is going to Hell's Judgment again. Multiple Hell's Judgments in this one. Minusing that Sanji. Hell's Judgment's been the MVP of this game. And a Sanji coming in for another Lin is just going to be removing a Trafalgar Law, I guess. But I don't even know if you want to give them that life, right? So back up to 2 life, 1 Dawn up. 3 cards in hand. I think he's thinking about whether he wants to attach a Dawn and swing like lead at this Luffy. But no, just I think he's just gonna pass off the turn. Yeah, pass off the turn, restand those 2, and gain that 1 Dawn back. Gain that 1 Dawn back. Hey! Re-ramp that Dawn. Why not the 4 10K swings? Could he have done that? I think it's because of the amount of cards in hand. Bless you. I think it's just the amount of cards in hand. I think it's much safer because I don't... Are you afraid of losing right here? I think you're afraid of losing, right? Wait, you only have one blocker. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. You're on the offensive. This board is really intimidating from the blue-purple Luffy, though. Like, I feel like you got to win now. So here's the first swing. Only committing 1 Dawn for it. Yeah, I wonder if he has a trigger ramp. But is it a forced ramp with the Katakuri? Do you have to do it? I'm going to pull it up. Do you have to ramp the Katakuri? Or does it say up to? Oh, it does say add up to 1 card, so you don't have to. Yeah, so it is probably a ramp trigger. You're probably right. So is going to start off with Gum Gum Giant. Is going to go ahead, draw cards. He drew another Gum Gum Giant. Oh my gosh. So if it's a God Thread trigger, right, to ramp 1 as active, you have another Gum Gum Giant to continue filtering. You would lose your leader effect. Oh my gosh, this blue-purple Luffy might win. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. No way. That's nuts. Is he? He can get out of this turn, I think. Oh, can he actually? Well, you have 4 swings left, right? You have 4 swings left with the Rush Luffy twice, the leader, and the Baja Blast Luffy. Baja Blast Luffy is going to make you 7,000. So you have at least 4 7,000 power swings. You need to swing 8 at least one of the times. So then the Baja Blast Luffy can do the Dawn -2 and you don't lose out on any Dawn. And you would gain 1 active Dawn back. Holy cow, this is making my head spin. Is going to swing this first. Not using the when attacking effect. So he can only swing 3 times. Unless he plays another one, right? He could play another Rush Luffy down. And then Baja Blast Luffy to get an active Dawn back off leader effect. To then... Oh, nobody's attaching one. Never mind. I have no idea what's going on. So he's going to Baja Blast Luffy. He gets the Dawn back. 1 active. He has 7 Dawn left. Is going to gear 2 out of it. Okay, no Dawn left. 2 cards in hand and 1 blocker. You have 1, maybe 2 swings. Yeah, the Baja Blast Luffy. That's what we're calling it now. Did you not hear the official news? Baja Blast Luffy. It's official. Bandai said so. Just kidding. That's sarcasm. Could you have played this turn differently? You probably don't have Rush Luffy, right? In your hand. Because if you did, you would play for a situation to where you were able to swing twice. How much Dawn is that left? That is 1, 2, 3. He's got 7 Dawn left. 7 Dawn left. Is it just like an 8K swing? Takes this life. Oh, another Robin. What is the Robin going to do when you rested the other Robin? Why'd you swing the first Robin? Look at all these swings that you have coming at you. Why'd you swing the first Robin? Yeah, I don't know how Black Purple Luffy gets out of this. Let him cook. He's going to grab Zoro Juro. It's a pointless card. That means that this top stack is nothing. Nothing you're super worried about. I guess the only thing that you could expect is like Gum Gum Giant on the defense. Or maybe like Linlin. Oh, she's swinging at the Robin? I think Linlin's swinging at this rested Robin. No, it's Baja Blast Luffy. Trust. Yeah, this is the same game, John. Yeah, why not go for game? I think he's swinging at this Robin. How much power is the Robin? Is it 7 or 8? No, you definitely don't block, right? It's a 7,000 power Robin. 7 against 9? He has a lot of cards in hand, I'll say. So let's that... Oh, he blocks with the Robin. Why block? 2K, 1K to get out of that swing. Swings the Sanji. Yeah, I know it's blocker. I just don't know because you only have 2 cards in hand now. Why did you block that Robin? Or maybe he was swinging at the blue purple Luffy or the rush Luffy. So now swinging at the drink Luffy. Does he have another Linlin? Is that what he's doing right now? I think he has another Linlin. Because there's no reason to do this outside of that, right? Oh, no Linlin now. 5-drop Nami? Yeah, I think he originally... I think when I thought he was swinging at the Robin, he was swinging at the EBO2 Luffy chat. Did he just Gum Gum Giant but still... He just Gum Gum Giant but still let the KO happen? You have to have Rush Luffy, right? You have to have the EBO2 Rush Luffy. Oh, doesn't have it, just concedes. Oh my gosh. Is Linlin even good right now? I don't know if Linlin was... I think Linlin probably, like, because he focused so much. Yeah, he was trying to find counter. I think Linlin probably at that stage of the game, because you have to commit all of your Dawn, he probably more so just wanted to guarantee that he could KO all those bodies, and committing the Dawn was the only way to do it. So I guess Linlin, yeah, probably wasn't that good on that turn. But it might have been an interesting play. He won with leader. He won with leader into it. Wait, what? How? He would have had to swing. He would have had to swing the law. Right? Wait, let's go back. Yeah, he would have had to swing. He would have had to swing the law and leader because there's a blocker on field. But you're a 5,000 leader and you're a 2,000 power 1-drop. So your best math with 10 is like 6-4. 6-4 would be 8-9. He has to swing 8-9. And if the Luffy has a 2K, 1K to get out of one of the attacks, it's over. It's either you have the secret rare Luffy that can swing twice, or you swing with these 2 bodies on the field. Yeah, like there was a very, 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 very small chance that you would have been able to get that win, but I don't know. Do we see what's in the blue purple Luffy's hand at the end of that game? He concedes. What's in this hand? What's in this hand? Enhance! That's Zoro Juro. We knew the Zoro Juro was in there. Is this a Franosuke? This second card next to the Zoro Juro SP? Because if so, that's a 2K right there. That wins the game. Oh, they zoom in. Do they do the full screen? Yeah, that's a Franosuke right there, right? Yeah, so that's 2K, 1K, and he had a Gum Gum Giant. He didn't leave any Dawn open. No, he did leave Dawn open. Yeah. He left Dawn open and he had a Gum Gum Giant. There's no way. There's no way. The blue purple Luffy won. Mokai. Yeah. That's crazy that blue purple Luffy won that game. I thought he was cooked. I genuinely thought he was cooked. Let me go back to make sure that I have the right placement of the angle right here. About right there. Dang, that's tough. That's tough for that black purple Luffy. Yeah. If he had any sort of counter in hand, it was game over. But chat, there's still the finals to watch. Before we get into the finals, I'm going to go to the bathroom because I've been hydrating a lot today, trying to stay healthy, right? You should drink water. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to hit follow on Twitch or hit subscribe on YouTube as we're getting closer and closer to 20,000 followers or subscribers on YouTube and 2,800 on Twitch. Robbie, thank you so much for subscribing on or following on Twitch, by the way. I will be right back. Hold on to your butts, chat. And I'm going to play an advertisement right now so then you guys don't get advertisements in the middle of the finals. So I'll be right back, chat. Oh, let me pull up the live stream so then you guys can watch. I'll be right back. All right, Chad, who's ready to watch the finals? Is this the finals or is there like a is there a top cut? I think it was just this. I think that this is it. Yo, what up, Holler? How you doing today? What's good? Hey, Kaiju, what's good? I've had enough of your Shanks slander. A bad deck. Bad deck. You know what's worse, though? Buggy. All right, Chad. It's the blue-purple Luffy now against green-purple Luffy with that Sakazuki Gold Dawn. Yo, what up, Ryuk? How you doing? Ooh, getting ready for the Gundam tourney, Holler. That's awesome. So it looks like a green-purple Luffy going first, playing that merry-go stage. Blue-purple Luffy getting second and passing off the turn. Typical second Dawn turn. Now swings 8,000 power at lead, just attaches all the Dawn. Doesn't have anything to play. No when you're at C5 Pirates, no Nami searches, none of that. Ends up taking the life and passing off the turn. Now at 4. We haven't seen a Bon Clay all day today. Are blue-purple Luffy's dropping Bon Clay? I feel like I haven't even seen a Bon Clay like in a search. So now green-purple Luffy at 5 is just going to play the Sanji Pudding. Is going to go ahead and use leader effect to get 3 Dawn. Boost up that Sanji Pudding out of God Thread range. And now behind on Dawn is just going to swing 6,000 power at leave 3 Dawn open. Playing down to a Frankie. The Frankie is going to be able to re-ramp, so that's nice. The Going Merry plus doesn't go away. As the Luffy now at 6 Dawn is going to be at 7 with the Zoro Juro. Might go ahead and do a God Thread for a double ramp turn to be at 8. Even though he would just be getting rid of the Frankie. What did he just trash there? He just... Oh, no, he played Gear 2. I'm sorry. Gear 2 also works for the double ramp. I was like, what did he just do? I think, Ryuk, your best option is OnePieceTopDecks.com or gumgum.gg. Zoro, why do you hate Buggy? It's just funny to meme on it. I don't actually hate Buggy. It makes people... It's like rage baiting. I'm just rage baiting. Buggy is definitely a better deck than Shanks. So boosting up that Sanji Pudding right there with the Luffy Taro play. Looks like maybe Luffy Taro into maybe a Zoro Juro. I was going to say, ideally, I think you want Sanji Pudding, but you're all right with the Zoro Juro. Be able to find a piece of the puzzle. Oh, yeah. Did Eggman post it on there? I don't know if Eggman posted it on there. But if he did, then definitely go check that out too. So now, using leader effects, swinging at the Zoro Juro to take care of it. No more ramping on the turn. 6K leader. Wonder how you diversify this Dawn. No, definitely Buggy is way better than Shanks. Like, no cap. Not even a joke. Not even bait. That's just real. That is just real. So the green-purple Luffy now swinging at lead. Just going to be a 1K Sanji Pudding to get out of that. I feel like Sanji Pudding not necessarily relevant in this matchup. Going to look at that top 3. His deck is off screen now. He has moved his deck off screen. Grabs a Nami. Is just going to go ahead and search with the Nami. Ooh, does find a Gum Gum Jet Galling. Also a Gum Gum Giant. Great cards. I think a Nami Searcher. If blue-purple Luffy is banned, then maybe Shanks comes back in relevance, right? Because blue-purple Luffy is the main reason that Shanks has fallen off. grabs the EBO2 Secret Rare Luffy. Going to be a nice one to have in the future turns. And off the Sanji Pudding swing, Gears 2 out of it. No Dawn left to be able to utilize. So passes off the turn into Blue Purple Luffy's leader effect. Finds a Zoro Juro. Not a great card to have, but could be nice in helping you conceal what you actually draw in your hand, right? Could be that Sanji. We see a Sanji in the stack, but it looks like Sanji's at the bottom of that top stack. Maybe just waiting until next turn to be able to play it. So wide board for this green purple Luffy, but a full 9 Dawn being committed for a Sanji into a Rush Luffy. So Rush Luffy really getting a spotlight today in this tournament. Is just going to swing at Sanji Pudding, now at the Frankie, do a little bit of board clear and passing off the turn. I think I see a Bon Clay in that hand. Yeah, I think I see a Bon Clay. So Bon Clay is in this list. We just haven't seen him today. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. Like, I think if you have a losing matchup to Blue Purple Luffy, unless you beat 90% of the field, like, I just wouldn't play it. It's not a good deck in the format. And so here comes that EBO2 Luffy. I think a judge telling him to put his deck on screen in his discard pile is going to go ahead, boost up the cost of that Luffy. Doesn't want it to get removed. Now using leader effect to restand 2 Dawn. Is going to be at 6 Dawn total. Definitely behind. I don't know if they showed top 8, Joseph. But that might be something, I don't know if like Hero tweeted it or something like that. 7,000 power ends up taking the first one. Another 7,000 power counters out of 2K. Now the Luffy going ahead and swinging is not doing the life take to restand and swing, just opting for this regular 7. Takes that life. Now a 9,000 power swing is going to go ahead, Gum Gum Giant away. Another Rush Luffy. Draw 2 cards. And passes off the turn. Oh, still has to use leader. Oh, no, can't use leader effect because they were at 7 Dawn. And do they know what that card at the bottom of the stack is after the Gum Gum Giant? I don't think they do. I don't think they know what's at the top of the deck now. But starting off with the Sanji swing, Gum Gum Giant gets out of it at 10. He's going to rest 5 for a Nami. Nami going to be looking at that top 3. It's Usohachi, Thunder Bagua, and something else. He's going to bottom deck those 2. Just making sure there were 2 cards bottom decked. And passes off the turn. No shot. Oh, no. Swing 6 at Zoro Juro. 1K Frankie out of that. Still has that Luffy to swing with. Maybe thinking about the Luffy Taro. Or the EBO2 Secret Rare Luffy, much better option to swing at. And passes off the turn. So 0 life, a Nami on the field. The green purple Luffy still at 4 life. So there's a 1-drop Nami coming in. Going to be doing some searching for Sanji Pudding. Sanji Pudding coming in now off of the leader effect. Stage boosting it up. 3 Dawn left to work with for the rest of this turn. It's going to be swinging 8,000 power at lead after the leader effect and the 2 Dawn attached. A Thunder Bagua getting out of it and re-ramping. It's going to be nice to be able to let him... Oh, wait, no, never mind. That doesn't matter. I was going to say Gum Gum Giant, but... Oh, he could Gum Gum Giant, actually, yeah. Still use leader effect on this turn. Uses a When You're at Sea You Fight Pirates for the final Dawn and passes off the turn. You're definitely not worried about losing at this point. I think you're only worried about losing bodies, but even then, you don't have anything rested because you did not, or you have not yet, swung with Zoro Juro, the Luffy Taro. So I think he's thinking about whether or not he wants to swing with them. I feel like you do because you just want to pressure, right? I mean, do you? actually. Because if he has Gum Gum Giant, he's just filtering, especially because he used the Thunder Bagua. Like he's going to be using leader effect next turn. So do you actually swing? Oh, no, he passed. Yeah, because this is his leader effect. So grab Sanji. Does that mean you have 2 Sanjis in hand? He has 2 Sanjis in hand. Starts out 6K lead, takes that life. A Sanji lead, a Luffy lead, puts him down to 1 real quick. Could go like Sanji into something. But no, he's going to do another Nami? He might be thinking about doing another Nami, even with 2 Sanjis in hand. Because Sanji would only allow you to leave up 1 Dawn. And you have to like Sanji into Linlin into Godthread, right? But it is going to be Sanji into Linlin, whatever this card going into life is. It's going to filter out a Linlin. So we know he has at least 1 more dead card in hand, right? Because he played a Sanji from hand. He has the alternate Sanji in hand. Passes off the turn after removing that Zoro. Another Sanji pudding coming down onto the field is going to draw a card, boosting up one of those Sanji puddings. Is going to boost up the other Sanji pudding. Getting them both out of Linlin range, using the leader effect and getting the Dawn back through the Sanji puddings and the green-purple Luffy reactive to have 5 Dawn in total. 5 Dawn left to work with. Can you go for game right now? Is going to go ahead. No, you can't go for game. Is going to go ahead gear 2. You have 2 swings left, more than likely. Swings 1, swings 8,000 power lead, is going to prompt the block. Do you go for it? Just swing 7? Just swing 7 is only going to swing 7 at lead, a 2K getting out of it. Could he have gotten it if he swung 10? He might have. What's in this hand? Can we see this hand? That's the top 5, I think. He's got, I think, a Thunder Bagua in hand, this green-purple Luffy. So grabbing a Nami. He's got at least a Thunder Bagua. I know he has a Rush Luffy in hand. He may be waiting until next turn to play that. But you got to get out of all these swings right here. So 9K Linlin as a 6K leader. So hard to tell with the card flipping of what everything is. I'm only certain on some cards. I think he has a Zoro or a 2K Sanji in hand. Alternate 2K Sanji. Like, you have to get out of this turn. So what's the best way to do it? Oh, he was swinging at the Sanji pudding. So got that knockout. Now going at the Luffy Taro. Is going to Thunder Bagua. Ramp a Dawn. Does still have 1 active Dawn left. 10 at Luffy Taro. 2K, 2K to get out of that. 1 more swing left, maybe. Is going to swing there. Is going to 2K out of it. What's this 9? Luffy Taro's huge to keep. Is going to Nami just to go for the top 3, filter out the hand. I think found a Katakuri blocker there, so probably just bottom decking those. Yeah. And pass off the turn. 4 Dawn open. Even a dead man's game at this point would be tough because they still have 2 Dawn open. Well, that was 3 2Ks in total. That was 3 2Ks. Because he did Usohachi Sanji for the first Sanji, or for one of the swings, he countered out Usohachi Sanji, and then the final Sanji swing, he countered out Usohachi. So he had 3 2Ks in hand. Thunder Bagua, 3 2Ks. Good stuff. So now green, purple Luffy, because of the Thunder Bagua, now at 10 Dawn. Oh, you meant what the blue, purple drew from the Nami. Oh, I see. I was going to say, he's probably got a fair amount of counter, but can you still go for game? Do you have to go for game here? Is there any world where you can survive the clapback if you just dwindle the hand? I don't know if you can, right? You need some pretty good stuff. I think that's kind of what he's mulling over right now. That's blue, purple Luffy. Great deck. Good deck, chat. Good deck. Yeah, you need a lot of counter power for sure. I feel like this matchup is blue, purple Luffy favored. But I think it's close. Starts out with the Going Merry stage. I think the big thing is the EBO2 Secret Rare Luffy. I think that's like the key card in this matchup. Closer to 50-50 if GP goes first. Yeah, GP ended up going first in this game because he did one drop Nami to... No, he did the Going Merry stage to start, but then he swung 8 on turn 2. So ends up swinging Luffy Taro to start. Is just going to be the first Gum Gum Giant to get out of that swing. Is going to go ahead, draw 2. Going to be God Thread and something else. It looks like another Gum Gum Giant, I think. So God Thread, an excellent card to use Gum Gum Giant with. Yeah, I think green purple's cooked. I think, are you, Cronus, are you, when you say smoker, are you referring to black smoker or red-green smoker? Just before I answer that question. Because that could prompt 2 different results. But I assume you're talking about black smoker, but I just want to make sure. Red-green, I like red-green a lot. I like red-green smoker a lot. There's also a solid choice for Bonnie. I think Bonnie's also pretty good, but I think red-green smoker is really good. If you need some help on like playing the deck, we did cover the Miyagi championships on the channel where there are a couple red smoker games in OP12 that you can watch. Yeah, I think Bonnie's more expensive overall. But Sanji Pudding, just swinging a bear 7 is just going to be a 2K out of that. Another Sanji Pudding. What is the Sanji Pudding going to do for you? Right, unless you play like blockers? Yeah, rest 5. I was going to rest another 5 for Zoro, or 4 for Zoro Juro. Just going to be looking for counter power. Grabs a 2K. You like seeing that. Now using leader effect, going to have 5 Dawn once again. So 1K counter out of that swing. Leaves 5 Dawn open. He does have Thunder Bagua and more than likely at least one Gum Gum Giant. So I guess leaving 5 open is not that crazy. You play Kid and Nell because you love yellow, but it's been rough in OP11. I think you say a Nell Kid. I think going Kid in 12 is really good. I think Kid is the most viable of those 3 decks in OP12. But thank you so much for joining us, my friend. The ban list is for, we don't know when the ban list is happening, like when they're going to start it, but it's assumed in Japan it's going to start at OP13. We don't know the West, though. So Luffy clearing that Luffy Taro, Sanji clearing the Sanji Pudding. You like this if you're the green purple, right? Because they're not going at face. Godthread clears the other Sanji Pudding that wasn't boosted up. The big swing now, another big swing. And passes off the turn with 5 open. This has been a weird game. Now you're just like secret rare Luffy. Hope that's enough, right? Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment on the content. Yes, Doge, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. Goes the Luffy and the Usohachi. With the leader effect is going to be able to restand to 6K swing, countered, 6K swing, countered. 7, putting 2 back. Gets the 2. And yeah, just scoops it up. Blue-purple Luffy winning that one. Especially with the Gum Gum Giant that he was prepared to play. Just not enough. Showcasing the other 2Ks that they had in hand. Blue-purple Luffy ending up winning the championships, chat. The Grand Asia Open in Hong Kong. Or wait, is there another game? Oh, wait. Baited. Baited, chat. There's another game. There's 11 rounds. That's my bad, chat. I miscounted. Finals. Chat, this is like for all the marbles finals. But chat, we have one more round to go. I think Bonnie can do fine. I think Bonnie is like put together for the blue-purple Luffy matchup, right? But yeah, it is going to be Zoro and blue-purple Luffy. That's going to be the matchup in the finals, chat. Apologize for lying earlier. I went to school for touchdowns, not math. Don't worry about Koala or Buggy. Don't worry about Koala or Buggy. If you lose to those decks, fine. Yeah, I think Kuma's really good, and also the burn. Like being able to give your what's his name? Basil Hawkins blocker, and just basically having any card in your deck be a blocker is so good, I think, in the format. We also have I can't remember which championship it was, but there was a yellow kid that got top 4. So we watched a couple of those matches too. We've got them on the channel. I really like Yellow Green Law. Yellow Green Law won the first OP12.5 championship. I think it's pretty good. I think it like moves out of the rogue tier in OP12 and is like a meta viable deck. Oh, yeah. I think Kuma's your big change. In our Discord, we have a deck list. So yeah, the big change is Kuma. And I think outside of that, that's really the only other change. Because Pistol Red Hawk is already out. 8-drop Katakuri is already out. Or you get the 4-drop promo Law. When we get the promo Law for the regionals, add that to your deck. Because that's a good one. Yeah, I think Rayleigh's a relatively cheap deck. It's just going to be tough because, like, the cards that you have to get for Rayleigh are like the Luffy and the Boa, they're both SRs. So like you can't open a box and hope to get like 4 uncommons or anything like that. You're going to have to buy singles if you don't open like 5 boxes. And so they could be a little bit more expensive on the SR side. But SRs typically are not that expensive, so yeah, Boa alternate arts are going to be expensive. Especially because this Boa in OP12 is pretty playable. All right, chat. Let's hit the finals for this tournament. The final round we've got here. It's going to be Zoro and Blue Purple Luffy. I don't know who's going first. It looks like Blue Purple Luffy going first. So now on 2, we see the Zoro. We'll see if he's got a Hiyori or a Perona to be able to do some searching. So starts off with Hiyori. Hiyori going in and doing some draw. Is going to find a slash type character or an event. Is going to grab Cavendish. Cavendish very good. We've seen also in the games Cavendish Tashigi combo to be able to protect the Cavendish. Put the Cavendish back in your hand, buddy. Thank you. The Luffy clearing out the Hiyori, doesn't want any more search. And now the Zorojuro comes down. The Zorojuro might be liable with a Kuina right here on curve to go ahead and rest and potentially KO, which would be very nice for the Zoro right here. Kuina is probably your best play right now, but no. Ends up going with the Perona, not finding the Kuina. Finds a dead man's game right there. I saw. Is going to grab Tashigi probably for the next turn, I would say. Maybe. And so 8,000 power now going at lead. The matchup has been interesting because, like, Zoro needs to go fast, right? And Zoro needs to deter ramp to be able to win this matchup. And right now he has not deterred ramp or really gone fast. But it's still early. Counters with the Cavendish. Stuck on the Tashigi next turn. So takes that first life. Is going to be a gear 2 ramp. 2, 6, 7. You only have 7 Dawn, so not going to be able. He did take second away from Luffy, so I think that's really good. Because if Luffy went second, they would be at 8 Dawn now, and they would use leader effect next turn, whereas going first, they don't have leader effect next turn. So Zoro now at 6. Oh, the matchup, I think the Zoro needs to go really fast. He needs to go fast. And I think also, well, actually, I don't know if you have to play. You probably have to play Tashigi right there, right? To save this Cavendish. So cleared the Zorojuro. Is going to be able to restand and swing at lead, I believe. Just passing off the turn, not using the activate main? Really? Oh, yeah, maybe he had a Thunder Bagua. That could have been, yeah, because if he had Thunder Bagua, he would have been able to ramp, and he would have had leader effect that turn. Interesting. So countering out of the leader swing with that 2K is going to go ahead. Sanji blind flip. It's going to be a Gum Gum Giant. Gum Gum Giant going to the bottom of the deck. That's good. Very good for Zoro. So now at 8 Dawn, the Mihawk could come down onto the field. Mihawk, definitely a great card. There is that SR. I need a play set of those when OP12 comes out. Now has 4 Dawn active, right? Mihawk restanding 4 Dawn. Can't play any 7 cost or higher character for the rest of the turn. Cavendish going to be able to restand 2 more Dawn. Right, to have 6 active in total, but goes ahead, swings 8,000 power, restands 2. Going to be 4 left. Using a 2K, 1K, I think that is. A Sanji and a Nami. So now attaching 1, swinging 6 at lead, leaving 3 Dawn open. And is going to use the restand event, so definitely a good one to play for the Zoro, right? I talked about the aggression earlier is nice against blue-purple Luffy, and that's exactly what you want to see. The Red Rock being found, more than likely going to be bottom decking the Dracul Mihawk. No Dawn up for Paradise Waterfall. Is going to go ahead with that Red Rock. Bottom deck the Cavendish. Is thinking about swinging at the Cavendish, but how much you want to swing at the Cavendish. What are they talking about? I don't know what they're talking about. Is going to go ahead, swing 8,000 power at the Cavendish, take that knockout. Well, it probably means he has multiple restand events in the hand. So think about it, like every time you use the restand event, you get another card in hand or you get a life. So really valued grabbing that card. So after passing off the turn with 2 Dawn up, he's going to play another Mihawk. Mihawk going to be very nice. We know that Tashigi's in the hand, right? So could play that body down onto the field. Is just going to go ahead, Thunder Bagua. So did have that Thunder Bagua in hand in the previous turn. Good job. And the Smoker coming down is going to be a very nice card, right? Can restand a Dawn, but also has Banish. Banish going to be very good in this matchup if there's nothing to answer it in this coming turn. So Perona finding another one of those restand events going to be very good later in this game. Going to go ahead and use leader effect. Now the 9-drop Lin, because there's no protection, oh my gosh, finds another Red Rock. The real question is, do you Red Rock the Smoker or do you Red Rock the Mihawk? Both of those bodies very annoying on board, right? A big blocker versus Banish. He's going to go for the Mihawk, does not go for the Smoker. So you know what? Maybe I can get rid of the Smoker in the next turn off of like a Lin potentially. Smoker going down to 3. Sanji now coming in. Smoker now going to 2. Or it's not Smoker. Zoro going to 2, passing off the turn. Yeah, did a little bit of countering, but also did a little bit of protecting. Trying to protect the rested bodies. Like Cavendish at one point. So now with the full 10 Dawn, you could go like 8, right? If you had another Mihawk here, that'd be crazy. But I don't think you do. The good news is... what is the good news? Now swinging 8,000 power is just going to Gum Giant off the Banish swing. Pitch a Sanji, a dead card, to draw 2. Still has 2 Dawn open for more Gum Giants, Gear 2s, Thunder Baguas. Really sticking at 2 life right now. Zoro really fighting a big wall right now. Oh my gosh, putting 6 on, swinging 11 at the Sanji. Maybe thinking about going 11-11. We know that restand event is in hand. So the Luffy maybe thinking about how much he wants to counter out of this. Because the more that he counters out of this, the less likely he is. Oh wait, you have to pitch the event. And that was the swing at the Sanji. And then the activate main on the Zoro swings at lead for that life. I don't know if I would say that, because he pitched a Sanji off a Gum Giant. I think he's just more valuing the Gum Red Hawk. I wouldn't say that he's not seeing anything. I think it's more so that he's just valuing other cards. And so 6K lead is going to be a 2K. The 9-drop Lin going to be able to get rid of the Smoker because the Smoker is a 5 cost. It's going to heal 1 in life Definitely a good spot now for this blue-purple Luffy as we watch as the frame rate dips. 10 Dawn at this point. Ah, there we go. Back to it. We know that Tashigi is still in hand, right? That's like the only card we know at this point, I think. So thinking about splitting it up 5 and 5, you could just go like a 5-5 wide, right? If you had like double Tashigi, you would establish 7,000 power bodies, which would be good. Even if one gets removed off of Lin. I think it's a tough spot right now if you're the Zoro. No, not all the time. You don't have to play Sanji all the time. It is definitely a really, really good card and can help establish you some great stuff, but like Sanji Linlin's not going to deal with the Dracula Mihawk blocker. And the longer that Dracula Mihawk blocker stays on the field, the more of a problem it is. And so plays 1 Tashigi down, gets 3 Rested Dawn on his Zoro. Not going to be able to swing at this Lin, pretty sure. But is still going to get a hefty swing at lead. So attaches 1, swings 9 at lead, is going to take that life. I feel like as blue-purple Luffy, you're not too worried. Still has 4 left. Is going to do 3 for a restand event, the other restand event that's in hand. And now swing 10 at lead. Was thinking about doing the gear 2, but because it was 10, would only match that and decides to take the life instead. 4 cards in hand for the Zoro. Yeah, Dolly, it was it was a little bit confusing. I think he was like a step ahead of himself on that turn. We don't know what exactly is going to be banned yet, but it's a safe assumption and a assumption that something in blue-purple Luffy is going to get banned. It's not for sure, but that's more than likely. So swinging at lead, takes the first swing, is maybe thinking about taking the second swing. And now let's see what he does with his 10 Dawn. He's got to be playing something, right? Could be playing like a Nami blocker. We've seen plenty of Nami blockers already, and there it is, the Nami. Is going to be filtering the hand, drawing the 3 and putting 2 on the top or bottom. Making sure there's enough counter in the hand. Making sure that if these cards can be utilized in the next turn, that you've got them accessible. And with 5 Dawn up, I think he's just going to pass the turn. Especially when Hody Jones' Dead Man's Game is viable. Oh, because they're on YouTube. We're streaming on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Yo, what up, Zaya? I don't know what makes the most sense. It's a tough call. And so is going to Hiyori to start out. Hiyori maybe looking for another restand event. Right? This Luffy is at no life. Couple cards in hand. What gives you the best opportunity to win? Yeah, you can't, like, on the Twitch side, you can't put... I can't put all of you in the same chat except for on screen right here. That's the only way that I can do that. Yeah, I primarily do YouTube, but I stream a lot on Twitch now. Because it's just good, too. Grabs a 2K off it. I think the 2K probably not what you want to see. Right? I mean, I guess it could be good. Because it is counter. I think Hody Jones gets banned, but that's just my hot take. Is going to Gum Gum Giant out of that and grab or put away the God Thread to draw 2. The 2 cards that they put on deck earlier, and a 1K out of that swing. He attached all the Dawn, I think. Oh, because he swung at the Linlin. Yeah. He swung at the Linlin on that attack. And now he's swinging at lead. Ends up with the block. Passes off the turn. He has to get out of one swing, right? Where are the cards in his hand? Where's his cards in hand? Are they under the table? Or are they... Oh, no, they're off to the side. There they are. Has a lot in hand. No Dawn up, though. I don't think Cody should get banned, but I think it will. Is going to grab another Nami blocker. Might just do another thing where they're super patient. Is going to swing 6,000 at the Hiyori. Now 9 at lead. Is he swinging 9 at lead or the Tashigi? Are you afraid of a 9-drop Luffy? You probably know that he plays the 9-drop Luffy. So there we go. Counters out of that. Another 9-drop Linlin. Putting the Tashigi in life. Is going to go ahead and gain 1. Leaving 1 Dawn open. Yeah, Tashigi goes in life, right? Right? Is he like trying to rule shark him? Kumori, this is... We're live. We're watching the VOD of the Hong Kong Grand Asia Open. So yeah, Tashigi going in life. Passes off the turn. You have to have the restand event here, right? The restand event is the only... Well, actually, the more that they heal you, the more time that you have, right? Oh, but yeah. I'm sorry. I misread your message, Kumori. Yes, the VOD will be available to watch. Yes. The VOD will be available to watch. You just need to get out of one swing, right? Is swinging at the 9-mom, is going to restand, now swinging at lead, takes the life. We are back in the same position as the Zoro, and you have a 2-drop blocker. I feel like the Zoro might be in a... Is the Zoro in a good spot? You can't grab that. You can't grab that off leader effect. Right? No, you can't. No. You can't grab that. That's not Straw Hat. It's just, I know it looks like it's a Straw Hat, but Bon Clay alternate art is not a Straw Hat. Yo, what up, Buggy the Captain? Yeah, the VOD will be public on YouTube and Twitch. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, grab Zoro Juro. A different 1K. That's an easy solution to fix. But just remember that, chat. The Bon Clay alternate art is not a Straw Hat. And so 6K at lead. You just need a 2K out of this, right? Yeah, just 2K Tashigi. Take the Smoker. Smoker is a whatever card. Another 9 Linlin. Just going to put the... No, is not putting anything in the life. Does not put anything in the life. I kind of think that's a smart play if you've got Usohachi in hand for next turn. I don't know if he fumbled the leader ability, Noel. I mean, he almost did. But they fixed it. They fixed it. Yeah, I mean, if I was in finals, I'd be a nervous wreck. Being streamed to thousands of people. No, he can put the Koshiro or Peronas in life. It's just we're getting on this loop to where the Zoro gaining the life but KOing the Linlin is like it's not changing anything. And so it's about who can outlast the other. And so I think if you have Usohachi in hand, you want this Kyoshiro on the field, because if next turn, if you just rest the Kyoshiro with the Usohachi, then you just swing your active Linlin and your leader, and you can technically math out game that way. Even if he KOs this rested Linlin right here. He can still go for game next turn. Because if he can't keep this Linlin alive, then like I feel like it makes the most sense to just hold that there and like Usohachi. Yeah, Hody would be crazy right here. Would Hody win the game? Hody might win the game. Maybe. I don't know actually if Hody would win the game. Because you would only be able to swing 8. You'd swing 8-8. And you have to get him to take both swings. I don't know if you have game. Yeah, I don't think Hody wins here. He's going to play Kuina, though, to get the 3 Dawn on Zoro and have this body on field. Maybe just trying to threaten if there's like a blocker Nami. So kills the Linlin and now swings at lead. Is just going to take this life, right? We are in the same position we were before. And I think now, yeah, if you have Usohachi, I think you can win. He's only got 4 cards in hand. Yeah, if you have Usohachi, you slam it down. You rest the blocker. And then you swing like... Let's see, you would have 7 Dawn left. You'd have 7 Dawn left. So you put like... You go like 5-2? No. You go 4-2. Swing at the Kuina? Wait a minute, what are we doing? Does he not have an Usohachi? Oh, he could have 1 Dawn up for Paradise Waterfall. Yeah, you're right, actually. Oh, yeah, so maybe Usohachi doesn't win. He could be feigning it, ends up blocking. Oh my god, he has the 4th Linlin. This is the 4th Linlin, chat. This is disgusting. And so now we're in the... Oh my god. This is crazy. I know, he just has the 4th one. To be fair, though, like with the leader effect, like drawing 2 every single turn and knowing what's in that top 5 and manipulating what you're drawing, it's not impossible to find 4 in this deck. This deck is like one of the easiest to find your play sets of things because of your leader effect being so good. But this is a pretty good match, actually. I think it should, Hunter. I think it should. But I don't know if it will. This is the finals, Lucario. This is the last round. And it's a good match, too. It's a good match. Seven life, 6k power leader? What? Or are you talking about Roger? Roger's 5 life, right? What do you do here if you're Zoro? Do you just play like 8 blockers and hope for the best? You go like Mihawk into... No, he's swinging at Linlin! I mean, you have to, right? Do you have like 2 blockers? Do you have 2 Kyoshiros? Now swings at lead. Is he going to counter out of this one? No, he just takes it. Oh, he's got the restand event. He can swing for game. No. 3 rested. Yeah. He's attaching all that and swinging for game. There's a gear 2. There's a 2K. That's a 1K. Oh, he gets out of it. Oh, no. There's a Gum Gum Giant right there off the search. Now he just swings. You just go all in, right? You're just like... You still have to think about the math, though. You do have to think about the math on this. Oh, yeah, because he swung... Does he have a 9 rush? Does he have the 9 rush? No, he has the Nami! This game's not over! This game is still not over, chat. I think he was afraid of all the counter that he could have. Because, like, technically, if every card has counter in hand, he could He could get out of one of the two swings. You have to have another restand event, right? You have to have another restand event. Yo, what's up, Retro? He had 4 cards and one of them was a brick off life. But if the rest of them were 2Ks, right, that gets to 11. Oh, no, you'd be able to math that way. Yeah, why didn't he go for game? No, he had... Did he have... He had 4 cards before he took the life. Or wait, no. Was he afraid of... No. Was he... There was no Dawn Up. Paradise Waterfall is 2,000 power. I'm pretty sure. What were the 2 face-up cards in live chat? One of them was Tashigi. What was the other one? Because the Tashigi he took at the end on the 9-cost Linlin swing. So that wasn't one of the cards in hand. Oh, it was Smoker. That's right. Yeah, so... No, you don't just swing 19. He still had 1 life left. Yeah, what do you do if you're the smoker? Also, can we talk about how much time is being taken right now on these things? I will say One Piece is the game where players take the most time to make decisions. In Pokemon, technically you have like 15 seconds per action, and you can make pointless actions, for sure. But in One Piece, you can't make pointless actions. But some of y'all take a really long time to make decisions. Wouldn't 12K, 13K just win? So 12 would be 7... 7-3. Well, it'd be like 12-12, right? No, because you're a 6K leader. So yeah, it would be 12-13. I think that would have won. No, he had 1 life left, Foodie. He had a Tashigi in life, which is a brick, but I think as Hunter's saying, like 12-13 would have just won. Unless there's a card that I'm not thinking of. But there's 5 cards in hand. Yeah, you just lost the game at that point, right? I guess maybe not. He just swings all in. He swings at the Linlin, right? Because you always swing at the Linlin. Do you have counter events? Does he have counter events? Here we go. He has gear 2. Drawing him some cards. Getting rid of... What is that event? Chat, what is that event? Oh my gosh, has the gear 2 and the Bon Clay. Gets out of the swing. Blue Purple Luffy wins, chat. The Hody option that gives him 3K. Are you talking about Gum Gum Elephant Gatling? Because he didn't have any Dawn Up. Oh, it's the Grav Blade alternate art. Thank you. I'm not super familiar with all the PRBO2 alternates. Hey, I mean, if you're trying to win a major championship, why not play the best deck? That man has made more money playing this game than I have now. No, 15K doesn't work because he has a blocker up. So you can only swing 12. Or is it 13? I think it's 13 with the Tashigi. The Tashigi will rest the blocker, but then you have to... I think Kuina was the best body you could have played because it would have been one more Dawn attached. Crazy game, though. Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory for 9mom being banned. If you don't think 9mom should be banned, there's the game that could convince you that 9mom should be banned. Right? If you don't think 9mom's going to hit the ban list, what do you think after watching that game? Although I guess you could say that that Luffy's leader effect is also in that category because it was very influential. I think you always want to swing at the... Do you always want to swing at the Linlin? Is it better to swing... Just go 15 and hope for the block? Maybe it is always better to just go 15 and swing, because if they block, you get to restand. Maybe you're right on that. Because no matter what, if you're going to concede, if you don't get the win right then and there, then 15 is always the better idea, right? Is there something I'm missing? Yeah, I'd imagine that Luffy could have defended the final swing because of how much time he got, how much counter he could have had, and set himself up for like the leader effect. I don't think it would have mattered. I don't think it would have mattered, but technically 15K is the best. Yeah, he could have had a waterfall or something. Or like he could have used Dead Man's Game for 3,000. But yeah. Chat. That's going to be the live stream. Just wanted to watch the tournament. Get you guys some stuff because I couldn't stream last night. Buggy, Reflex, Retro, Roto Martillo, Natsu, Tanny, Robbie. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Chat, that's going to be it. Thank you so much for watching. We will be live tomorrow for the Tier 1 tournament. Tier 1, the place that hosts our studio. Excellent store here in Las Vegas. For the local tournament, OP11, it's going to be 6:30 p.m. as usual, Pacific time. And the VOD will be available. If you missed any of these matches, the VOD is available on both Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to go check out the official VOD, you can go ahead, click the link in the highlighted message on the pinned message on both YouTube and Twitch where you can watch it. But chat, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. There were a lot of you today. It was good. Good stuff. And we'll see you tomorrow. Also, before I actually go, I should probably be a decent YouTuber and pump up my YouTube video that I put out today. I put out a YouTube video today, chat. You should watch it. Right there. It's all about Blue Purple Sanji. Anyways, now